Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, welcome to the Atlantic Council. Good morning to those of you who are joining us in the room, and good afternoon to the friends and guests who are joining us from Iraq and other parts of the world. My name is Abbas Kadhim. I am the Director of the Iraq Initiative at the Atlantic Council. It is my honor to welcome you to this two-day annual conference on Iraq, Turmoil and Transition, Iraq 2 decades after the invasion. This is the inauguration of our work for the upcoming year, which will witness many 2-decade anniversaries of events that we will work on them and we will review them, not for looking at the past and reliving it, but more hoping towards creating a new vision for the future. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Will Wexler, the Director of the Middle East Programs at the Atlantic Council, and wish you a pleasant conference with us and pleasant stay. Thank you. Mr. Wexler.
Thank you very much, Abbas. And again, welcome to everyone that is viewing this here in person and, of course, online through all of our various platforms. The subject of this conference is really needed here in Washington, D.C. My view is that there are several problems with the discourse in Washington, D.C. about Iraq. The first one is that there's not a lot of it. Despite the importance of the country, despite the criticality of U.S. relations with the country, despite the history that we're going to be talking about over the last 20 years, that there is too much of an absence of this on the agenda of Washington discourse. The second problem is that when there is a discussion of Iraq, it tends not to actually be about Iraq and the future of the Iraqi people, but it tends to be about things like Iran or terrorism or other things that are quite important, but are not the central issues that are driving the future of the Iraqi people. And the third issue is that when we do get to talk about Iraq itself, too many in Washington actually want to talk about not what is going to happen going forward, but what happened in 2003 and which party was right about that, or 2007 or 2011. The goal here is to talk about the future of Iraq and the future of the U.S.-Iraqi relationship. We are very proud at the Atlantic Council to host the only dedicated Iraq program in Washington, D.C., with a full-time coterie of fellows and staff, non-resident fellows. This is a very timely set of discussions given what's going on in Iraq right now with the government formation. Even with all the critiques and challenges that are lobbed at Iraq, many of which are quite valid and fair, net-wide, Iraq is actually a good story in the region. It has a reasonably successful trajectory towards consolidating its democratic institutions, building the kind of economy that we need to see. And at the end of the day, not only will the Iraqi people be much better off if Iraq succeeds in this generations-long quest, but the region as a whole will be better off. So we're very, very proud to host this. And I'm extremely proud to introduce our first speaker, current Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iraq, Iran, and Public Diplomacy, Jen Gavito, was, prior to taking on this role, she served as the Minister Counselor for Political Affairs in the U.S. Embassy in London. Jen has spent the majority of her Foreign Service career working around the Middle East. She has been in Dubai. She has been at the White House, at the NSC, where she was a director. And she worked at the U.S. Treasury previously. There is really nobody that I can think of in the U.S. government who has the full set of responsibilities for Iraq and the complete set of understandings of all the challenges that confront Iraq and the opportunities that confront Iraq and the U.S. relationship with Iraq than Jen. So with no further delay, let me welcome Jen Gavito to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Good morning. I'm thrilled to be speaking to you today as you begin this conference. The world faces different threats than 20 years ago. The challenges that drive our global agenda today, Russia's brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, China's designs to reshape the international order, the existential threat of climate change, have changed how we view the Middle East. The President outlined his vision for the region in his newly released National Security Strategy, which commits us to an affirmative agenda to advance peace and security and to promote prosperity in the region. President Biden seeks a more integrated Middle East that empowers our allies and partners to advance regional peace and prosperity. Most importantly, we will accelerate our support to regional partners to help them build greater resilience, as the future of the Middle East will be defined as much by climate, technological, and demographic changes as by traditional security matters. Our relationship with the region must be anchored by an affirmative agenda that focuses on finding sustainable solutions to shared challenges and building shared prosperity. The states that will be best equipped to meet the challenges of our changing world, like COVID-19 and climate change, will be those with a resilient, inclusive government that treat civil society as a partner rather than an enemy and respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of their people. That's why we will not waver from our support for human rights, democracy, and the institutions that provide rule of law and good governance. Climate change has besieged the Middle East. Food insecurity, high temperatures, and severe water shortages are having devastating impacts on societies and economies. With COP27 opening in Egypt early next month and next year's COP in the UAE, we have a unique moment to launch a new era of climate-smart initiatives through which the Middle East can take a leadership role in the world's energy transition. No solution to the climate crisis will be sustainable without the participation of the region's critical energy-producing states. We want them to be partners in the new geopolitics of energy security and clean energy. I'm so pleased to be speaking to you today because Iraq is very much at the center of these issues and of the President's vision for the region. This conference could not have come at a better time, a more critical time for Iraq's future. I'd especially like to thank the Atlantic Council Senior Director, Will Wexler, and Iraq Initiative Head, Abbas Kadim, for the opportunity. The United States and Iraq enjoy an enduring partnership rooted in our mutual desire to see a democratic Iraq that is sovereign, secure, and stable. Iraq is a rich country, and not just in energy. It has a rich and diverse cultural heritage and a growing population which yearns for the opportunity to become more productive members of society. An estimated 60% of the population is under the age of 25. Iraq's youth are its most valuable resource for building a prosperous, inclusive, and democratic Iraq, which is at a pivotal stage of development following decades of conflict and the COVID-19 pandemic. In my time as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iraq, Iran, and Public Diplomacy, I've spoken to dozens of young Iraqis visiting the United States on exchange programs, and I recognize that their mobilization for peace, social justice, climate action, and equality remains vital to the peaceful development of Iraq. Throughout its history, Iraq has faced and overcome many challenges. While many of Iraq's previous concerns clearly remain, the country faces new challenges now. Iraq is one of the world's most vulnerable countries to climate change and is already experiencing many of its worst impacts. Despite being rich in energy resources, Iraq does not generate enough electricity to provide continuous power for its citizens. It is facing an acute water crisis and a lack of jobs for young Iraqis, roughly 35% of whom are unemployed. 3 years ago, the Iraqi people took to the streets to demand economic opportunity, an end to endemic corruption, and improved public services. In fact, on this day, in October 2019, one of the largest demonstrations spread from Baghdad to southern Iraq, resulting in significant bloodshed. The demands of these Iraqis and accountability for abuses committed by armed actors against everyday Iraqi citizens remain largely unmet. The onus will now be on the new government to dispense with the status quo and enact bold policies that concretely improve lives and reinforce democratic values and good governance. As everyone at this conference no doubt is aware, Iraqi leaders have yet to agree on a cabinet. But the country took an important step on October 13th, breaking a year-long political deadlock with the selection of Abdul Latif Rashid as president and Mohammed Shia al-Sudani as prime minister designate. We welcomed their appointments, but we also conveyed our strong desire for an inclusive government that can address the grievances of the Iraqi people. As our ambassador in Baghdad has said, we stand ready to work with the new Iraqi government on a whole range of shared interests, from improving services for Iraq's people to ensuring a safe, stable Iraq where they can live in peace. These shared interests extend far beyond security cooperation. Our two countries enjoy what Assistant Secretary Barbara Leaf dubbed a 360-degree relationship, a partnership that includes clean energy, climate, water, trade, investment, education, anti-corruption, and human rights. These are the same issues that we talk about with bilateral partners across the world, a hallmark, in other words, of a normal strategic relationship. This was the vision both of our countries had when we announced the U.S.-Iraq Strategic Framework Agreement in 2008. The United States and Iraq reaffirmed the cooperation enshrined in that agreement during the July 2021 Strategic Dialogue and strengthened our commitment to broadening and deepening our long-term strategic partnership on key issues such as regional stability, public health, climate change, energy efficiency, energy independence, humanitarian aid, human rights, economic cooperation, and cultural and educational exchanges. The Biden administration views the agreement as a strong foundation of our bilateral relationship. All of our activities, programs, and policies are squarely framed to support Iraq's sovereignty, stability, and security. As I noted at the start of my remarks, President Biden's national security strategy emphasized promoting regional integration in the Middle East. Iraq is, in many ways, the fulcrum for achieving this goal. It has been a vital member of the GCC+3, participating in the President's Jeddah Summit in July, as well as another ministerial at the UN General Assembly. The recent conclusion of the GCCIA interconnection deal and the steps Iraq and Jordan have taken to connect their electricity grids reflect a commitment not just from the United States, but also from Iraq's neighbors to continuing to engage and support its emergence as a regional leader. We urge these countries to continue to support and work with Iraq as we do and move towards shared goals of regional stability and economic prosperity. We encourage the next government to build on its predecessors' efforts to continue to integrate Iraq into the region, which will ultimately enhance its economic growth, help its environment, and facilitate further cooperation. We believe this interdependence can form the foundation of a lasting peace. The administration also seeks de-escalation with Iran. As I and other State Department officials have said before, the United States understands that Iran is a very important partner for Iraq. The two countries share a large border and many shared interests. We believe that Iraq and Iran should have positive relations, but they should be positive in both directions. Persistent threats and attacks from Iran-aligned militia groups undermine Iraqi sovereignty and erode public trust in the government. These militias cannot claim both to be part of the security service and unfettered by the state's authority and chain of command. They're either in or they're out. President Biden is determined to work with allies and partners to deter and counter Iran's destabilizing activities. Iran's threats against U.S. personnel in Iraq or elsewhere in the region will not be tolerated. And as we have demonstrated, we will respond when our people and interests are attacked. As we do so, we will always stand with the Iranian people, striving for the basic rights and dignity long denied them by the regime in Tehran. Recent Iranian attacks against the Kurdistan region are deeply distressing. Iran's use of drones and ballistic missiles have led to civilian casualties and loss of life. To make matters worse, IRGC leaders have threatened future attacks, apparently to draw attention away from the regime's brutal domestic crackdown. I would note that we've expressed our concern with Turkish operations in the Kurdistan region as well, and we have urged the government of Turkey to coordinate more closely with Iraqi authorities on cross-border military operations against terrorist targets. Iran is not the only malign actor that threatens the international order, though. Russia is waging a brutal and unjustified war against Ukraine, attacking innocent civilians and making reckless nuclear threats. We applaud Iraq for its October 12th vote at the UN to condemn Russia's illegal annexation of Ukrainian territory. It is important for countries like Iraq to stand up against Russia's war and for Iraq to continue its role as a responsible member of the international order. We are concerned with the deepening Russia-Iran alliance, as evidenced by recent deliveries of Iranian UAVs that Russia has used to destroy civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. China is also seeking to remake the international order in its profoundly illiberal image. The United States understands that Iraq may seek to pursue cooperation with international partners like China to advance its development goals. However, we encourage Iraq to do so with its eyes wide open. We have seen in the region and around the world that some economic arrangements with China primarily benefit Beijing at the long-term expense of its so-called partners. And we encourage Iraq to choose solutions that will benefit its people and promote its sovereignty. We do not seek to contain or inhibit China's economic engagement with Iraq, so we are engaging allies and partners to ensure that China plays by the same rules as everyone else. China has been notably absent from the fight against ISIS and only made negligible contributions to international efforts to address the humanitarian catastrophe that ISIS created in Iraq and elsewhere. As President Biden said at the GCC+3 summit in Jeddah in July, we will not walk away from the Middle East and leave a vacuum to be filled by China, Russia, or Iran. America's interests are interwoven with the successes of the Middle East. I'd also like to address a few other U.S. policy priorities, starting with our desire to help the Iraqi government build a productive economy that delivers for all Iraqis. With nearly $90 billion in foreign currency reserves and historically high oil prices, the next government has a historic opportunity to solve some of Iraq's pending economic challenges. For instance, Iraq faces serious water scarcity and drought. The Mesopotamian marshes near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates are central to human history because of the abundance of water and fish. These wetlands are now suffering from the combined impacts of saltwater intrusion, drought, and water pollution. The United States and Iraq can work together to improve Iraq's water management and planning capabilities. We have experts with the U.S. Geological Survey and the Bureau of Reclamation that can help modernize irrigation and conservation techniques. Ultimately, Iraq needs to work with its neighbors on regional water agreements, but proper management of existing water resources is a good first step. The climate crisis is the existential challenge of our time, and Iraq is unfortunately on the front lines. The United States is willing to support Iraqi efforts to combat climate change. We can offer technical expertise on gas capture to strengthen the country's energy independence and reduce lethal pollution from venting and flaring of methane. It's an acute injustice that Iraqis live on such resource-rich land, but must breathe in this poisonous air, all while unable to keep the lights on. We are happy that Iraq was one of the first countries to partner with the US and the EU on the global methane pledge at COP26 in Glasgow. The Iraqi people have long yearned for greater economic opportunity. We hope to work with the new government to help implement transparency and regulatory reforms to boost the economy and private sector activity. With the right enabling environment, US companies once again will view Iraq as a premier destination for foreign direct investment and help create sorely needed jobs for a growing population. Corruption is a formidable impediment to economic opportunity, however. We welcome Prime Minister-designate Soudani's calls for addressing Iraq's endemic corruption. But the Iraqi people need more than just words. It is up to Iraqi leaders to end the corrupt status quo, sanitize public payrolls, and make it easier to start a business. To this end, we welcome Iraq's participation in the first Summit for Democracy as a partner championing anti-corruption, rule of law, respect for human rights, and protection of space for civil society to operate freely. We look forward to working with the new government to redefine and actualize Iraq's Summit for Democracy commitments during this year of action prior to the next summit. Improving respect for human rights is also a U.S. priority. We will endeavor to work with Prime Minister-designate Soudani and his team to strengthen human rights standards and good government. This is essential, not only as a moral obligation, but also to gain back the trust of Iraq's people. The new government will have to address growing media restrictions and other limits on freedom of expression. We have serious concerns about the lack of accountability for those who have killed and injured protesters and perpetuated violence against women and girls, as well as against the LGBTQI+ community. We will encourage the next government to improve the security conditions of minority communities and ensure their leaders have a voice in the affairs of state. It has been more than 8 years since ISIS's campaign of terror swept through Sinjar and other parts of Iraq and Syria. Yet much of Sinjar still lies in ruins. Over 200,000 Yazidi abductees remain missing. Over 200,000 Yazidis are still unable to return to their homes, and more than 2,700 Yazidi abductees remain missing. The October 2020 Sinjar Agreement was a welcome acknowledgement of the problem, but neither Baghdad nor Erbil consulted Sinjaris before or during its signing. It cannot be implemented effectively, nor improve the lives of Sinjar's residents if it does not receive buy-in from the local community and from those displaced by the conflict. The United States prioritizes the recovery of all communities that were subjected to genocide and other atrocities by ISIS. We look forward to continuing our cooperation with the Iraqi government on repatriations from the Al-Hol camp in northeast Syria. Iraq has already repatriated nearly 4,000 Iraqi civilians from Al-Hol with the help of the United States and our UN partners. We want to continue our joint efforts to accelerate returns for the approximately 27,000 Iraqis who remain. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the particular importance of the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Iraq is rich because of its diverse communities. The United States has a strategic and enduring relationship with the Iraqi Kurdistan region that has matured into a balanced partnership over time, including cooperation on countering terrorism, economic development, cultural heritage, and human rights. The administration seeks a strong, healthy relationship between Erbil and Baghdad in accordance with Iraq's constitution. Since the federal Supreme Court decision on February 15th that determined the Kurdistan region's 2007 oil and gas law to be unconstitutional, we have conducted advocacy at the highest levels and consulted with energy companies. This advocacy focuses on mitigating the negative impacts of the Supreme Court decision, calming global energy markets, and fostering stability. We have repeatedly expressed our hope that the Kurdistan Regional Government and the federal government can come to an agreement on a new hydrocarbons law as soon as possible. We will continue to encourage the parties to determine a way forward that supports existing and future investment and advances the interests of all Iraqi people. Amid this churn, I should note that Iran exploits divisions between the Kurdistan region and federal Iraq to exacerbate Baghdad-Erbil tensions and prevent their long-standing issues from being resolved, including disputed areas, oil and gas, and budget allocations. Iran also exploits divisions between Iraq's Kurdish parties, undermining Kurdish interests. That is why we have consistently encouraged our Kurdish friends to engage as a unified front in their relationship with Baghdad. This has been our consistent message to the KDP and the PUK ever since Secretary Albright brokered a peace between them in 1998. We've also been honest with our friends in the KRG in sharing our concerns about democratic backsliding and eroding civil liberties in Kurdistan. We will continue to press the KRG both privately and publicly to institute necessary reforms that protect human rights and the space for civil society to operate independently and without harassment. Across my travels in the region and in my meetings with Iraqis, I often hear a worry that the United States is disengaging from Iraq and the broader region. I am here to tell you that we are not going anywhere. It is in our interest to work with the Iraqi people to confront these shared challenges I've described as equal partners. As we strive to implement the President's affirmative agenda, integrate the region, and de-escalate tensions together, the United States and Iraq can usher in a new era of prosperity. If Iraq's new government has the will to support reform, it has a partner in the United States. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today, and all the best for a successful conference.
Thank you, Dasgavito. It was great to hear a very positive yet very candid statement from the administration, and the partnership between Iraq and the United States is vital for Iraq. It is very important for the United States as well. And we are proud and glad to work our best to help facilitate that understanding between the two capitals, Iraq and in Iraq and in the United States. We are about to start our first panel. It is going to be at 30 minutes from now, I believe. It's 9:50 exactly, and we will be coming back to you. Please feel free to stretch, have a coffee, and then we will come back at 9:50. Thank you.
Hey, let me get you mic'd up quickly here. Perfect. On your waistband would be perfect, if you don't mind.
Can I still shove the jacket or should I leave it open?
No, feel free to shut it.
All right, I will be coming back from break in a couple minutes.
Oh, my name's Jasper Gilardi. Can you hear us in the studios? Excellent. Thank you so much. We're going to get started in just a second here. I'm going to bring the audience back, and we'll kick things off.
Welcome back. We are glad to start our first panel of this conference on its first day, and it will be Iraq's armed forces, security, and counterterrorism. This panel will have two great generals who served honorably in their respective countries' armed forces, General Abdulwahab al-Saadi and General Michael Barbero. Moderating this panel is my good friend and my colleague, Kirsten Fontenrose. Kirsten, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Abbas. Welcome, and we are kicking off this morning and the conference with the hard security questions tackled by two men who have lived them. Washington needs more ground truth, and this morning we're going to focus on the ground truth, particularly in this session as we examine the security landscape across Iraq with two soldiers and leaders who have had to manage both battlefields and their often problematic capitals, Baghdad and Washington. Here to share insights are General Abdulwahab al-Saadi and retired Lieutenant General Mike Barbero. Allow me to introduce them. General Abdulwahab al-Saadi, hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us. He can hear.
Hello.
Great.
Good morning.
Good to see you. General Asadi is the head of Iraq's counterterrorism service. He's a graduate of both the Iraqi Military College and the Iraqi Military Joint Staff College. He took on this role after a distinguished career on the battlefield as the overall operations commander of the Iraqi government forces, including several battles we may all remember during the war against ISIL, like the Battle of Baji, 2014 to 2015, the Second Battle of Tikrit, the Third Battle of Fallujah in 2016, and the Hajwa Offensive in 2017. Probably some familiar to you as well, Jim. For a brief period 3 years ago, he was transferred out of his role as the number 2 at that point, directing the counterterrorism services, and was moved to a position in the Ministry of Defense. But the outcry, frankly, was so significant that he was quickly restored and since then promoted to lead the service. And also joining us, Lieutenant General, thank you so much, Michael Barbero. We'll call you General Barbero today, if you don't mind. He retired from active duty in the U.S. Army after 38 years of experience as an infantry officer. General Barbera spent nearly 4 years in Iraq over 3 separate tours of duty. He participated in the first year of operations in Iraq as the deputy commander of the 4th Infantry Division. On his second tour in Iraq, he was selected by General Petraeus to be the chief of operations for all U.S. coalition and Iraqi forces during the surge in 2007 and 8. On his final tour in Iraq from 2009 to 2011, his responsibilities included training and development of all Iraqi security forces and building the ministerial capabilities of both the Ministries of Interior and Defense, while serving simultaneously as the commander of Multinational Security Transition Command, affectionately known as MNSTICI, and the commander of NATO Training Mission as well. More recently, he served as the director of the Joint Improvised Explosive Device Organization, affectionately known as JIATO, and his awards include the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, Superior Service Medal, and many, many others. I won't even go into the list. Both. It's just phenomenal to have you join us. We couldn't ask for more expertise in tackling these issues. We're going to invite questions from the audience a bit further on in the discussion, but for now, if I can start just moderating a conversation, feel free to jump in as well. I'll direct some questions to each of you. Some will be for both of you, but if you'd like to jump in, I know you know each other extremely well, feel free to do so. General El-Saadi, if we can start with you. An exercise was just completed in Jordan with representatives from 88 counterterrorism units from 40-some countries. And in competition, the Iraqi counterterrorism forces there, under your command, came in second only to their host. That gives us a qualitative measure of the capabilities of Iraq's CT forces. You've been able to maintain this level of performance and readiness among your units while continuously fighting for years now. What is the current state of security in Iraq, in your opinion? What are the strong points and shortcomings? Where are we today, as opposed to back when ISIL quickly was taking territory in Iraq? The general's receiving translation.
Yes, I need translation, please.
No problem. General Asadi, we have 2 channels for translation. There is one that is translated. We'll give him a moment to come back on. Yeah, we'll start. Is that okay with you, General?
Great with me.
And we'll troubleshoot, make sure he joins us again. Great. I'm going to ask you a similar question, if you don't mind. We'll let you both do a scene setter on the general state of security in Iraq, just to set the conversation. If you have thoughts on where we are now as compared to where we were when you were there in service, and what you watched even after leaving Iraq, where you think this has moved.
Right. Thanks, Kirsten. And it's great to be on this panel with a true hero of Iraq. He's a wonderful general leader and has displayed both moral and physical courage. So it's an honor to be here. Thanks. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years. What I'd like to do before we talk about today is kind of how we got there, set the stage for what the plan was and the plan for building Iraqi security forces. And I'll tell you, I was there in 2003, as you stated, and there really was not a plan. With the initial invasion, the follow-on occupation phase, one of the key pieces that was missing was what do we do now with the security situation in Iraqi security forces. So about late 2003, each independent division of the U.S. Army started building what they called the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, ICDC, bringing in former soldiers and young Iraqis and giving them a very basic training, marching, shooting, things like that. And that continued with fits and starts until about 2005. General Dave Petraeus was brought back to stand up a training command, and he was resourced to do that. And with him, he brought a strategy and financial resources, troops, and he also this critical combination of the U.S. command and the NATO command. And at the outset, there were three phases. First was force generation. Let's build the force. Let's recruit for the Army, Navy, primarily the police forces, and then finally start building the Air Force. And so force generation was the first phase. Let's build the forces. The second phase was focus on quality and professionalization. And then the third phase was a transition to Iraqi-led operations. And these phases overlapped and changed as the situation changed on the ground. The Army was focused on securing Iraq, both internal and eventually shaped for security against external threats. The Navy was a coastal security force for Iraqi territorial waters and the critical oil infrastructure. And then the Air Force eventually would provide air sovereignty for Iraq. So that was the design at the outset. And after a few years, the Army developed into a plan to create 14 divisions, 13 light infantry and 1 mechanized, focused primarily on counterinsurgency operations, given the threats that existed in Iraq. And a number of training centers and sustainment locations were built and occupied to try to build the Iraqi Army. And we'll probably talk about this later and what we got right and what we didn't get wrong, but in the model of the U.S. Army, with a training command and the operational commands. The Navy was also being built based out of Qasr, and initially with small craft operating with U.S. Navy forces that were securing the waters and the critical infrastructure. And over years, they acquired about 30 craft and proved to be fully capable of securing the territorial waters and the critical two oil terminals that were the lifeblood for Iraq. So the last force to be formed in the Ministry of Defense was the Iraqi Air Force. Most complex, greatest lead time to train pilots and to bring systems and to build the capabilities to provide air sovereignty for Iraq. And really, those were just started about 2009. We started seeing the first trainers arrive, and then 10, we started sending pilots. The F-16 deal was done. So it was the last one to get started and was the youngest of the forces. Simultaneously with the forces in the Ministry of Defense, we also, as you said, worked on ministerial capability. We had advisors throughout the ministry to advise on budgeting, programming, and employment and planning, and tried to create a ministry that was focused on the strategic issues and not the day-to-day operational issues. That had mixed results, frankly. And then simultaneously, we worked within the Ministry of Interior and standing up to police forces. And this was one of the paradigm shifts because police forces in Iraq before didn't do much. It was the Army that provided security. So this concept of a police force that's active and is there to support A, judiciary, B, law enforcement, and evidence-based law enforcement. Those were changes, big changes. And we formed after the federal police, about 40,000 troops spread across Iraq in every province. They were, in my view, very professional, very well led. And then we had the local police forces. And we had different police forces, electricity police, oil police, et cetera, border police. So by 2009, when I returned for my last tour to lead this effort, we were in various stages of development. And that was the plan initially on how we set up the forces and what we trained and developed them to do.
So that was how the forces were envisioned.
Right.
Between what you saw in 2003 and 2009, so you got there and the last piece, the last
Right.
force was being built, did you find that the original construct was moving along as planned? And then from 2009 to where we are now, do you think it has followed the timeline, or has there been, where do you think we are in terms of the living out the implementation
Right.
of those 3 phases you mentioned, the 4 branches?
Right. The evidence, as a soldier, the evidence is on the battlefield, and obviously there were shortfalls in 2014 with the regular forces, not the counterterrorism forces. They were always hand-selected leaders trained alongside of our highest and most proficient special operations forces, did operations with them. So they were at a different standard, and they performed well. In 2014, the Iraqi army proved to be brittle, and in the face of ISIS, the bulk of the fighting was done by General al-Saadi and the counterterrorism forces. So to quickly answer your question, I think a problem in Iraq, and there are many problems, military and policy issues. The biggest problem, in my view, is we ran out of strategic patience. In 2011, the agreement ended, and we withdrew from a partially built force that had gaps that were exposed in the ensuing fight with ISIS, and had certain capabilities and certain forces that were very capable. And I can go into, at a later point, what we got right and what I think we got wrong.
Definitely.
But that's just a quick overview.
Really appreciate that. We definitely will touch on that. General al-Saadi, welcome back. Thank you again so much for joining us. And what you missed was General Barbera and I just discussing a little bit about how the forces were envisioned at the beginning of the U.S. involvement. So the last 20 years, what the plan had looked like at the beginning. And one of the things he just mentioned is that one of the success stories has been the formation, the work with, and the training with your particular units. So can we hear from your opinion what you think the status of security in Iraq is right now, and what you think some of the strengths and shortcomings may be of the process that built out your forces?
شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم بالبداية.
Thank you very much. Peace be upon you, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Iraq. The main points that were stated by General were very much appreciated. There are so many challenges in Iraq. We have security, political, economic, and very, very much diversified, but the security challenges are considered to be the heart of all challenges because it's considered one of the main crises. The security institutions since 2003 has suffered a lot. The United States has helped a lot in building the capabilities of the Iraq army in a very organized way, but the agenda was not well respected, especially because of the situations that we went through, and because of what happened with ISIS and so on and so forth. The problem that we have suffered from in the beginning is that when we try to rehabilitate the military institution, including the counterterrorism service, there were some situations that happened in the western part of the country because of the situation with the new government and the security institutions. But the counterterrorism apparatus or service was not the only military security institution that worked to work with the government. We have Shia, we have Sunnis, and we have Yazidis, and we have Kurdistan, and we have done that. We had to work according to a safe creed, and the main objective behind that that was counterterrorism, but was fighting terrorism. The proof is that when in 2014, because of the terrorism, ISIS could occupy several in Iraq, Mosul and Salahuddin, the counterterrorism service was trained, and in order to deal with the circumstances, but because of what the military institution went through, we were obligated to work and take the alternative of the military in order to deal with this situation. So we started the battles in Anbar and Mosul, and in the beginning of the battles, we suffered a great deal because as a counter-terrorism service, we had to employ weapons, and because of course we could not use tanks and artillery and other equipments to handle the situation. But when we started a battle, and the first battle was a Tahrir battle, was with the support of alliance, and was with the support of the United States. The aircrafts were there, but we have cooperated a great deal with the United States, and we could liberate the region. Then we had Al Ramadi battle and Al Fallujah battle and Al Mosul battle that followed. So the main points that we talked about last time, and that led to the rehabilitation of the situation, is that the problem was that there was not a military institution or a combat doctrine in order to reach the right information regarding the military or terrorism organization. Also, because of corruption in the military institution, led to the weakening of military institution in 2014. What happened after 2020, after the liberation and rehabilitation of Iraq, the army developed and reached a better position, but it still needs a lot of work in order to improve the situation. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and other ministries are coordinating with us in order to work. Counterterrorism techniques continue in order to advance. For example, when we participated in the in several before 2014, we tried to improve our situation. We are ranked #2 regarding counterterrorism, and we have continued our efforts in order to improve our situation. And in this regard, we were equipped from the United States, and who recognized the operations of military capabilities in Iraq. The United States recognizes our strength, and there are so many future strategies in order to reach a better rank. And we know that this requires resources, requires time. We have high-level cooperation with the United States and with global coalition forces and with other academies. I am working now on a project to rehabilitate the Kasra area and work in coordination with the United States in order to improve our situation. There are so many programs between the two countries, and I hope that we will work together.
Thank you, General. Are you, and General Barbera, please jump in as well, are you concerned about a resurgence of terrorism of the style you've seen before or the level we experienced previously in Iraq? Or do you think that we're going to face a new or shifted or slightly adapted kind of threat that will still require the same kinds of capabilities you've built, but may look different to those of us on the outside?
We have used in the last period, especially last year, we have used the techniques that are not traditional in their nature. We have like modern techniques to fight terrorism, for example. We have executed a program to fight like 600 ISIS members, and we have destroyed thousands caves and also some areas that have not even been easy to access. So with high-level intelligence services and capabilities, we have been able to infiltrate those threats, and so we are not fearful of those threats, and we have a very high-level soldiers and high-level members who are equipped with the necessary techniques to fight terrorism. We have also information regarding their movements and their behaviors. Of course, we have not announced the name of the new leader because we thought it was not necessary, and with the cooperation with the United States, and because of what happened with al-Quraishi and al-Baghdadi, we have intensified our efforts with the United States in order to fight terrorism. So we are not fearful of the future organization. We are not concerned that they might do and follow the same arrangement. Maybe they will rebuild their organization through other techniques in order to re-infiltrate themselves. But I think that there will be another organization that will prove its existence. I will give you some info. So 90% of those leaders obtain their financing from different sources, and they will do whatever they can in order to pursue their operations. I think the main important issue here is to gain the trust of the citizens. We need our citizens to cooperate with us, especially in the western part. They have gone through a lot, and we need to work very hard and to undertake our operations in order to regain the trust of our people in Mosul. We are doing our best in order to fight terrorism and to advance.
Thank you very much. General Barber, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, I would. I would say I agree with my distinguished comrade here that the tactical situation in Iraq, tactical security, is good. It's stable. General al-Saadi and his troops, the focus on the counter-ISIS fight. It's, ISIS is a virus that will, if it's allowed to breed, will breed and grow. So it's very encouraging. Talk about the population. The big idea during the surge was protect the population. That's the fundamental task in counterinsurgency. And they are very effective tactically. The cooperation with U.S. forces and the general's forces is excellent. The intel sharing, I think, as he mentioned, is critical. A counterinsurgency fight is a fight for intel. So it is very good to hear that we are providing the proper intel to enable his forces to be as effective as they are. But there are other strategic threats to Iraq, and the elephant in the room is Iran. It was mentioned by our first speaker this morning, and you can't talk about the long-term security and stability in Iraq unless you talk about Iran, which is the destabilizing force in the region, and the primary, I think, destabilizing force in Iraq. If you don't believe what's going on there is Iran's efforts, look at Lebanon. What we're seeing in Iraq is Iran trying to Hezbollize Iraq with these militia forces. Some of them are absolutely loyal to the Iraqi people and government. Some of them are more loyal to Iran and doing their bidding. So I think Iran is the long-term and present strategic threat to the stability of Iraq. A strong, secure, independent Iraq is not in Iran's interest. And as was said earlier, they are doing everything they can to exacerbate these fault lines in Iraq, and they have an armed force on the ground like Hezbollah to carry out their bidding. The second long-term threat to the security of Iraq is corruption. The general mentioned it. It's endemic, and as soldiers, and it is corrosive to a military, when the money that's supposed to go to take care of your troops, to do the maintenance, is siphoned off and it doesn't show up down in the motor pool or in that to that soldier's pocket. Those are the two strategic threats that I see to the future enduring stability of Iraq.
General Saadi, any comments on these thoughts? Or any other strategic threats to Iraq you would like to add to that list?
I agree with the general, with everything that he said, but I mean, we have details, more details about things that, especially the two topics that was, I mean, we have the counterterrorist. When we did the planning on how to do our work, we even actually gave a copy of it to all the embassies for them to know what our plans were. And I like to tell you that this plan was written with the blood of all the people that have sacrificed before us. The thing is prevention and hindering. The thing here is that we need partnership all around the world. The thing that we are targeting is the trying to be militarily able. Of course, this is a four-level thing. It starts with the apparatus of the counterterrorism, and then the medium, which is that we try to partner with other nations. And then when things become bigger scale, the military steps in, which is what we call the wide wave, where sometimes other nations' militaries have to come in, like what we saw in 2014. This is a strategy that we built and we wrote it down, and we included all of the departments, all of the parts of the government. But there was one very important thing I would like to point out, which is something concerning, especially to my division in Iraq, is that this might be a simple issue, but it is not. It is a very complicated issue. It needs a root solution. The whole camp, there is tens of thousands of people that are there from different nationalities. There's over 30,000 Iraqis in the whole camp. There's a very high number of children who were there. When they first entered, they were 6 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. Now those individuals, those children are 17 to 18-year-olds. These are going to be the new crop, the new generation, and the new fuel for the ranks of the terrorist organizations. So if we do not try to quickly reintegrate them and to correct their path, it's going to be a problem. So, and there is a thing between human rights, and when it comes to combating terrorism, they go hand in hand, because the important thing is that people deserve a life, a normal life. But we should not forget that these are families of people, elements who were terrorists, and their families and the remnants of their families are still entangled from the aftermath, and now they are in these camps. Those people, I consider them a time bomb, a ticking time bomb with time. And this is a great danger. Also, the Kurdish Syrian forces, who have 10,000 people apprehended in their units, in their prisons, 3,000 of them which are Iraqis. Again, also these they're so organized that they actually did an operation to escape, a mass escape from prisons. If it wasn't for the United States cooperation and help, they would have succeeded. So this threat could become another threat on the international scale, which it could be a disease that could actually infect nations all around the world. I think containing this and containing these individuals is not the most complicated operation. It takes resources, it takes money, and I and we have to understand what the resources that they need to commit an atrocity is also on their end very cheap. All they need is a weapon, go among a few innocents, and create a massacre and havoc. That is why it is going to the root of their problem and their reality that they're in right now is very important.
Hearing what you both said, please.
If I could just add that you asked, your question was how's the cooperation with the U.S. and support from the U.S. And as the general says, at the operational level, warfighting, counterterrorism, it's excellent. And we have the enablers, the intelligence, and combined with a very effective counterterrorism force on the ground, the general and his wonderful troops. But another level, it is equally important, is the traditional security assistance, the foreign military sales, and the training programs that go with that to help build the other parts of the Iraqi security forces, and that's very healthy. And I was a big proponent of foreign military sales. We had about $12 billion program when I was there. And I think it's good for Iraq because it delivers a whole package of capabilities and it is insulated from corruption. It's a government-to-government transaction, and it comes with training, spare parts, maintenance, and the weapons system. So I think it's very healthy. And the assessment from my friends in Iraq is not only is the operational cooperation excellence, but the security assistance to build the long term in Iraq is also going very well.
Do you think there are elements of this that could be models for other countries, or having seen FMS and the like in other countries, are there pieces you wish we could maybe pull to Iraq or more effectively implement in Iraq to make that process more smooth, to make the implementation more robust?
Well, equipping the force is only one part of it, and what led to 2014, as I said earlier, it was our withdrawal in 2011, almost cold turkey. And without the trainers and on the ground and the contractors, frankly, to help train the Iraqis on maintenance, all that stopped. So all this equipment coming in without the other requisite capability building is just one part of it. So I think we need to take a hard look at the future of the Iraqi security forces, given the dangerous neighborhood they're in, and ask ourselves what should our training profile be on the ground moving forward, separate and apart from the counterterrorism fight that we're supporting. I think we could do more.
I'll come back to that. A tough question for both of you as a follow-up to this. So here in the U.S., when we talk about support for Iraqi security services, there are always difficult questions from Congress, you've both heard, related to your point, Iranian and PMF infiltration of the forces, but then also questions about why the Peshmerga are not on the MOD payroll, things like. What do you say when you hear these kinds of questions, or how would you answer Congress when you're saying we can do more? What are we telling them, or what should we be telling them?
Well, since it's about our Congress, I'll take a stab at that.
And then General Assadi will come to you as well.
And everyone agrees that corruption, endemic corruption in Iraq is a problem. But what's the alternative? So I think having U.S. advisors and forces on the ground in the training role to be there and monitor it, and frankly, that was one of the mistakes we made. We weren't tough enough. We knew corruption was ongoing, but we were in the middle of a fight. We said, well, let's just get these forces built. Maybe we'll handle that later, or it's something we have to accept. And it is so corrosive, as we've seen in other places and in 2014. We should have tackled that sooner. But at the end of the day, the Iraqi people have to demand the leaders and who will put the interest of the Iraqi people first, the political leaders, and will fight corruption. It's not an illness that can be fought externally. It's internal. The Iraqi people are fed up with it. We've seen the protests now. They need to take action and demand better from their leaders. But it doesn't mean it's there, it's endemic, but that doesn't mean we cut off everything in Iraq. We need to engage more, I would argue.
General.
First of all, thank you so much. If I may comment on something before I answer the question. When I received my position and I gave a suggestion to the Prime Minister, Mr. Al-Kadhimi, to create a senior council for armaments, because we were going after a wrong policy after 2004 till today. We are going on when it comes to the armaments. We do not have F-16. We still have Sukhoi, the old Russian aircrafts. And when we're striving for Abrams tanks and other kind of, and we have the M4 and M16, we have to, I mean, what we are, we have a contradiction that we're facing is that the problem is it goes down to the root cause of corruption. When you bring old used equipment, so you're going to need much more spare parts because it's been used. So that's going to be another corruption point there, which someone signs off on. It's not, when it comes to corruption, yes, it's on us. It's no one else's responsibility to solve. We are the ones who have to combat our own internal corruption. And in the military, it should be much easier to root out. But when it comes to danger, it's much more dangerous to tackle when it comes into the military. Right. And as we know, we saw the result of all of these negativities, rivers of blood, which we saw in 2014. That's why the military entity has to place leadership's people in positions that are up to it. So let me tell you, I mean, there is not, I mean, I think corruption starts from the top, from the head. If you have good leadership, onwards down, you have good followers and people will fall in. When it comes to the Peshmerga question, I visited Kurdistan and I met the Minister of Interior and their entities of combating terrorism in Soleimani and Erbil, is that there should be a unit should be established in Soleimania and in Erbil for combating terrorism. In Soleimania, they didn't have no objection, and they do have a force right now. They just need some equipment, which could be done through the United States, might be easier. And when it comes to salaries and their balance, that's something that is still in discussion, which I think has to go back to the general central forces, because these elements, when they are created, and that are very crucial in the northern region, in Erbil and Soleimania, there should be much more cooperation. We have improved in our cooperation in the last 3 months, and we have been achieving successes in arresting elements in this last few months. And also when it comes to drug trafficking, organized drug trafficking, so the 2 units in Erbil and Soleimania, which we're hoping to expand and to emulate in the rest of Iraq also. But when it comes to corruption and around the government, I, as a military person, I have 40 years of service between before 2003 and today, when we reestablished the Iraqi army. And I have worked under the general commander. I've always been prepared to take any kind of order in the positive direction to stabilize and bring security to the nation.
If I could just follow up, there are really 4 forces on the ground in Iraq. There's Iraqi security forces, the army and the police, which we've talked about. There's the excellent counterterrorism forces led by my friend here. And there's the PMF, these militias that we've talked about. The 4th is the Peshmerga and the Kurdish forces. And there has been some progress. The Kurdish forces, it's been problematic both internally to the Kurdish region and externally the relationship with Baghdad. Internally, the 2 forces were originally and for a long time controlled by the 2 dominant political parties, KDP, Erbil, the PUK out of Soleimania. And there's a ministry of Peshmerga, but really in name only. And the problem was, how do we treat them when you have these 2 forces working primarily for the political leaders of the 2 parties? And how do you then integrate them with the Iraqi security forces? When I was there in 2009 to 11, we started to have monthly meetings between the Minister of Interiors and separate meetings, the Minister of Peshmerga and the Minister of Defense, to try to work this out. The good news is, I think we're finally on a good path. There was a 4-year MOU signed by the Kurdish regional government and Baghdad on the cooperation between their security forces and institutions. Before it had been 1-year agreements, or these agreements were allowed to lapse. But now there's a 4-year agreement in place. The Kurds are very happy with the international support they're getting from the UK, US, Dutch, German trainers to increase their professionalism. But the Kurds realize, at least the ones I talked to, is the Kurdish house must put itself in order. And it must unite these ministry in order to be a good partner with the general here and the other forces. So the U.S. is doing the smart thing. We are conditioning our aid to the Kurdish forces on this transition to a centralized ministry of Peshmerga. So I think we need to keep the pressure on with our Kurdish brothers to help them fix their own house. And then we also need to play the key role of intermediary between Erbil and Baghdad to fully integrate as best we can the forces in the Kurdish region and the Iraqi security forces.
General al-Saadi, in your opinion, how is that MOU going? How do you see the longevity of that new 4-year MOU? In your opinion, is the cooperation healthy, or how would you speak of it?
I would like to summarize the issue between Kurdistan and Baghdad in two words. There is the spirit of trust. At the beginning, there was no trust between the Kurds and between the Baghdadi. Second, there is this issue between Slimani and Erbil. And there is number 3, the isolated area between Kurdistan and the regions from Iraq. We have met several times with I met several times with the general at Kurdistan, and they met with us, and we tried to coordinate. Thanks to the efforts, of course, with the United States. They have helped us a great deal. We have signed the agreement. And of course, we have talked about Erbil and Slimania. We've coordinated with the counterterrorism service. There is an academy in Baghdad that provided seats for fighting terrorism in Slimania and Erbil. And in each one of the sessions, there are 4 seats for Slimania and Erbil and Bershim. So the objective behind all of that is to benefit from the cooperation. We have accomplished a lot with Erbil and Slimania and with some regions where conflicts are prevailing. And I think that the trust has been really improved, the spirit of trust, but there are still some issues that are financial in that nature. Of course, there are several cooperations that were provided from Germany, France, and other countries, and I hope that our cooperation will increase and will improve. And I hope that the Europeans and the United States could come to us and tell us that you have the prerequisites to advance and to grow. I think there has to be an approach built by the government. We will discuss about this project. I have drawn a plan for weaponization at the counterterrorism service. We have worked a lot at this regard, but we're still grappling with the financial difficulties. Slimania and Erbil will be part of the counterterrorism service, God willing and meant to, in the future.
It's great to hear. Can you tell us a bit more about the plan that you've drafted? Anything else you can share?
The plan that we set up was at the counterterrorism service is very specific. We have tried to have a kind of chain and a continuity. So we have we have rehabilitation, we have also the training that we set in place, but we are still working on the financial capabilities because I need some young people that can be trained. I need more than 5,000 fighters that can be trained over a couple of years, 2 years. I am not looking for quantity as much as I'm looking for quality. I need quality fighters. I need any soldier that comes to the counterterrorism service to be fully equipped. I need they need to be trained for during at least 14 months to be part of the counterterrorism service. In addition to that, regarding weaponization, we need some equipment, some weapons, and we have contacted some companies. But the main problem that we were confronted with was unfortunately related to coronavirus. There were some limited visits. We could not progress in this regard. You know that with the situation in Ukraine and so on and so forth, we need time to equip ourselves. We need to work in this regard in order to grow. We have to have like a navy forces in order to deal with any kind of piracy that confronts Iraq, and this needs equipment. We are also cooperating with the Italians to train our forces. In addition to that, we have several projects that we're working on. I am thinking about setting up an exhaustive academy at Fallujah, and I think it's the right time because there is desert, there is water, so that we can benefit from a full academy and implement and benefit from know-how in order to work with my people. I am training army and the police and intelligence staff. The academy will be open and has specialized subjects in this regard. In addition to that, we have like specialized forces that we're working with at the Pentagon. We call it like that benefits from high expertise. We are working in the north at the northern level. The image froze. The interpreter apologizes. We have accomplished great ranks regarding those forces, and we worked with the Pentagon in this regard. These forces are excellent, and we are looking forward to perfecting it in order to reach higher levels in our army. Thank you.
If I could just, it's very encouraging to hear my friend's emphasis on leader development and these training centers, because Iraq has always had a rich history of war colleges and staff colleges, and they truly value that. And I think as institutions that reinforce the authority of the leadership, that their responsibility is to the state of Iraq and to the people is incredibly important. So the role of these colleges in leader development are essential, and I'm glad to hear that is still a high priority. And these training centers, we had several of them. At Besmaya, we had a large Army training center. NATO had we ran with the Italian Carabinieri a training center for the federal police. And they're important in two ways. First is it standardizes the level of proficiency at the tactical level of these forces. But it also can reinforce that as basic soldiers or policemen, you are there to serve the people and protect the people, not the regime. And so I think we and NATO should do everything possible to support these institutions, because they help, as I said, build the fabric of security forces that are loyal to the country and to the people. So I think it's very refreshing to hear my friend's emphasis on those.
Yeah. These plans sound like they are laying the groundwork for a new phase. It's time for one, obviously. And beyond professionalization, beyond transitioning to Iraqi-led operations, but to the full-fledged self-securing of Iraq. What do you all think is left to do in that space? So, General, you mentioned the training academies, the integration of other forces. So many plans. You have the partnerships with Italy and other countries to build out your branches. So many plans. What else, or what is on your wish list of things that you think need to be done to make Iraq able to secure itself in the future? And then, General Barbera, I'll ask you to talk in the same way about it from the U.S. perspective in terms of the way planners here think. So how what General El-Saadi says might be translated for planners at CENTCOM or in the Pentagon.
طبعا حقيقة يعني نحن نحتاج يعني
As a matter of fact, at the counterterrorism service, we have an aircraft. We have aircraft capabilities. We have helicopters, and we need a period to improve this level. We have cooperated with the United States, and they improved me, and they informed me of the existence of some helicopters that could be that could be delivered. So we have not received those aircrafts yet, and I think this will be very important, but it will provide us with more capabilities. We have staff that is fully trained to use those equipments, and of course those drones, and the only institution that we have with the cooperation with the United States are relying on 4 sessions. So we need to work in this regard to improve this level. We need to be able to improve our capabilities in this regard in order to deal with any target. And we have some equipment, so they are limited in their nature, but we would like to improve our capabilities regarding this aircraft capabilities. I would love to receive some armed aircrafts. We have received some special aircrafts from the United States, 10 aircrafts and spare parts, 20 spare parts that we are working with, and that will provide us with the specific capabilities. We need technical help. So we do not need any major equipment in this regard. So when we destroyed the Al-Isawi, and so we had like 4 fighters from counterterrorism service and 4 fighters from Dakhta. So every one of them worked hard to kill the leader. We need, and we are looking forward to reach a level that would equip us with the experts to monitor those aircrafts. But given the situation in the military service, or given the situation that we've been through, we have not been able to improve our capabilities. So we do hope that this will be improved in the future. There are some responsibilities that we have to fulfill, especially when we talk about the protest management, so these are not easy to handle, but we are doing our best in order to manage protests. Intelligence services are also doing their best in order to provide all the necessary information to deal with drug issues, with counterterrorism difficulties. We are coordinating with the Ministry of Interior and other ministries in order to fulfill our responsibilities to the best of our ability.
Especially in the southern areas, we arrested some large kingpins, and we handed them over to the Ministry of Interior. We are very supportive of the other parts of our security apparatus, but my concentration is counterterrorism. There's a very important point that I've mentioned many times, but it hasn't been, which is the hours of work. The thing is that a lot of us are doing a lot of efforts in places that we are not designated to. So a lot of issues should be on the Ministry of Interior. So, and the intelligence section should be foreign intelligence. I think designating areas of responsibility, and I think they should all specialize. So that would bring better results. So each one has to do their own different responsibilities, be it police, be it special police. The thing is not to be doing or integrating themselves into things to do with organized crime, which is the responsibility of other agencies. So sticking to your own track.
If I could just add to what the good general has said, where does the U.S. and where do we need to go in the future? I think it's important to put it in context by going back in time to a critical point. In the summer of 2010, I was the Deputy U.S. Commander for Iraqi forces and then the NATO commander, as you said, Kirsten. My boss at the time, General Ray Odierno, a great man, came to me and said, I have two tasks for you. One is to prepare a briefing for our Iraqi leaders that would describe to them where their forces will be 18 months from now when we're scheduled to depart in December 31st, 2011. And I want to get their attention. The second one is start a very small cell. There are about 3 of us working on what's our enduring footprint of about 10,000 U.S. troops here, and what does that look like, so I can start working it the other way in the other capital, in Washington. So I prepared this briefing for the Iraqi leadership, and the first part was very encouraging. Here's what you have: 140 M1 tanks, X number of pilots in pilot training, patrol craft, et cetera, et cetera. And then I said, here's where you're going to be in December 2011 when we're scheduled to depart. Your Army will not be capable of combined arms operations. Your Air Force will only be able to be flying C-130s and some helicopters. You won't be able to provide air sovereignty. You can barely provide security of your territorial waters, and on and on. And I went to every Sunni, Shia, Kurdish leader in the north and briefed him, and to include Prime Minister Maliki. And to a man, they said, well, General, you must stay. I said, well, you got to make it easy for us. And I said, if you're not watching the news from Washington, Iraq is not very popular right now. So you've got to help Washington put in place an agreement for us to stay with a small footprint. The second task I was given was, what's this enduring footprint look like? And it was a plan for 10,000 American forces, some with the counterterrorism forces, some with the Air Force at Speicher outside Tikrit, at the big training range at Besmaya to train the Army, and then a small detachment at Qasr with the Iraqi Navy. Train only, and help do what the general said, help integrate new equipment, train and improve the proficiency of the Iraqi forces. And tragically, as we know, there was no agreement. The blame falls in both capitals, Baghdad and Washington, for us to be able to stay there. So we withdrew. And now what were we forced to do? Come back with trainers and operational forces under duress to try to help with this existential fight against ISIS. So I think, I'll go back to 2011, both capitals have got to want this. And I think the new Prime Minister has said he would be open to this. Washington needs to reach out and grasp that hand and really make it a priority. And I realize Iraq still has antibodies in this town, but we need to get over it and understand how critical Iraq is for security in the region, and really how tenuous the situation is with a very aggressive, corrosive Iran and the other pressures that Iraq is under.
How do you all envision what this kind of cooperative role, this new footprint should look like? From where we are now, your assessment of the role of U.S. troops in the country, and then to General Barbera's point, we want to be for kind of a sustainable footprint or a sustainable cooperative presence that's not toxic in Baghdad, which it has been and will continue to be potentially, or in Washington, to your point about maintaining support from the U.S. government for what the U.S. does there. What should this look like in your opinions?
I'll defer to good General.
Honestly, I mean, from our experience as an apparatus, I mean, if you ask any American who has worked with us as one of the consultants or one of the trainers who has worked with us, it's a very strong relationship. This should be an example to be copied all over the different agencies in the Ministry of Interior, I think. Yes, I mean, a lot of equipment. I mean, the thing is that there are some equipments that the United States is worried to bring some kinds of equipments and spread them because they don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. And so they are kind of cautious and hesitant to give everything. The U.S. forces are not have no qualms in giving us everything that we need. They are very forthcoming with my agency. I believe that every 6 months we should have we should have a review and equipment count of all the things and where they are and how they're being used. We have not given anything which was provided by the United States to any other agency that was given to us specifically. That's why I think this, if we want to do this for long term, we have to, I mean, be it through the FMS, of course, the general knows that the different forms that it takes. I mean, I received 57,000 mortar rounds, and I mean, we have a large number, but a terrorist needs only a few to wreak havoc. That's why it's very important to always keep things tight and keep things on the lockdown. So, and they have to be placed in the right place. I mean, I'm not really fully convinced with the FMS's role. I mean, I don't think they have the full trust, because you might even receive something that you do not need, or the timing of it is not correct. The trust is available. We just need to reaffirm it and strengthen it. I mean, we have consultants working with us with the Iraqi Special Forces, and they have elevated their capabilities to a high level, a good level. I mean, they're not. I mean, the strive is to reach our units. I told them that it takes 10 to 15 years to get to that level, because it's not something that you can achieve within 2 years. That's why cooperation should continue, and courses, but the logistic element is the most important thing to strengthen this relationship.
If I could add to that. Kirsten, I conducted a very scientific poll on Saturday. I went to my local UPS store, and the manager is a lady who was born and raised in Baghdad. She's Baghdadi. We talk all the time about Iraq. And I said, oh, you have a government now? She goes, yes, but nothing will change because they're all crooks, and they're all corrupt. So we should continue, as I said, a U.S. aid and assistance, but it must, as we're doing with their Kurds, it must be conditional. In you know, the years of Iraq when I was there, we were in a hurry, and we had big problems to solve, and we said, okay, the corruption, we know what's going on, but you know, as long as it doesn't affect us, and we can continue to get to some point, then we'll take it on. Well, we never did, and we never challenged leaders, frankly. You know, in my view, Prime Minister Maliki, very sectarian, and he was corrosive to the capabilities of the Iraqi security forces. We never challenged that. So as we're doing with our assistance to our Kurdish friends, we ought to do it with our friends in Baghdad. It's got to be conditional on solving some of these foundational problems they have, the corruptions, the PMF, the malign influence of Iran. Otherwise, we're just helping to build a house on a bad foundation. So I agree with my friend here. The U.S. needs to be involved, but it has to be conditional to help the Iraqis change the path that they're on.
Let's open it up to the audience. I have about a dozen more questions, but let's give the room an opportunity to weigh in. And please introduce yourself really briefly as you pose your question.
Yes, thank you, Alexander Kravitz from Insight. Great panel. To General al-Sadi, General Barbero called you an Iraqi hero. I think he would agree if I called you General's General. I have a question on, it was encouraging to hear you talk about the coordination between the federal forces and the Kurdish forces. And I'm wondering if you could comment on, give us your take on the recent rocket attacks that have happened in Erbil and the Hormuz region. That's one. And maybe if you could take the opportunity, you mentioned the Al-Hol camp early in your comments. What specifically do you think the United States should do to prevent this time bomb, as you called it? And to General Barbero, if I may, you talked about the conditionality on the Peshmerga, on the aid to the Peshmerga. We're just starting a new fiscal year. It's October. So could you tell us what some of that conditionality might look like over the next 12 months? What are some of the key, let's say, indicators that the U.S. would hope the Peshmerga ministry to achieve specifically? And in other words, how can we measure progress in terms of integration and so forth? Thank you.
General Assadi, do you want to go first?
Yes. To start with, when it comes to the rocket assaults in the Kurdistan region, it was done by individuals which was more of a political action, not a security. And it's being thrown at the Hormal region, at some of the airports in the Suleimania. The issue behind it is political. It's not security, and it's just a pressure. And it's very well known, especially in the recently, after the agreement about the political situation, and now things have stopped. I mean, there's no more rocket assaults. When it comes to the cooperation with the Peshmerga forces, their anti-terrorism units, those elements that they have, those teams and units, they might have some training, they might have some equipment, but they do not have the combat experience. So when I think about establishing units parallel to us in those regions, is to bring some of those units to the central area so that they can have a presence in our region and some of my units to be around them. I think that would be more of a cohesion and a normal way to redistribute forces.
To answer your question, I think as we have started, apparently, is we need to make our aid to the Kurdish region purely conditional. And we need to strengthen the ministries of Peshmerga and Interior and insist that all forces that receive any aid answer to them and not to the political parties. And the same thing with the ASAISH, the counterterrorism and intelligence forces. They'll be the hardest to crack and the toughest to get under centralized control. But we have to get away from the model where the KDP and Erbil has their own forces, PUK has theirs. I know the history, they fought each other 30-some years ago, and there's this rivalry. But our aid, it's been a great first step. We must absolutely insist and inspect on the ground that there's a full integration of these forces under the control of the Kurdish regional government through the ministries, manning, training, and equipping, and everything flows through the ministries. And the second problem, I did an assessment for President Massoud Barzani in 2015 of the Peshmerga. And there are a lot of tactical shortfalls, but there is also the endemic corruption, ghost roles. A commander report, on paper, I have 200 soldiers, give me the pay, and you go out there and start counting noses, and there's about 100. Where does that money go? And we brought up a number of these reforms that needed to be done to stop the corruption in the Kurdish regional forces, and the temperature in the room dropped a number of degrees. But so those are the two big conditions. To restrict and remove the corruption over time. It's not going to happen like a light switch in the security institutions in the Kurdish regional government, and force them to centralize them and remove the party control over these Peshmerga and intelligence forces, and be absolute about that.
We have one last question, and this is going to ask you all to reflect.
If I may, a follow-up to the general's words, if I could, for 1 second.
Please.
Look,
I would like to comment on this question.
Most
The most
important
important point
is
that you underlined is to let the sections of the counterterrorism service
outside the hands
to
of
be
the
far from
Erbil and Suleimania authorities.
Ismaili and Erbil. If we don't solve this issue, the corruption will remain and will prevail. There will be dependence, there will be a lack of planning, and there will be a lack of training.
Going back to them, and that's the leadership role right here.
This actually leads excellently into this final question. You don't need to, I apologize for posing this without warning you because I'm asking you to provide advice, so don't feel like you need to write your memoirs or your book here. But off the top of your head, counterterrorism, you all have learned quite a bit from this experience, from the ongoing experience, from what we will continue to see, from the ongoing planning. In other parts of the world, people do not have the depth of experience, certainly not the depth of accomplishments in countering it that you have seen, General al-Saadi, and that you have created, General Barbera. So what advice would you offer to your counterparts in other parts of the world? Lessons learned, you've mentioned things like corruption, the importance of the popular support, the need for young folks who are well-trained. What would you say to counterparts in other areas of responsibility about what you've learned in fighting this battle for 20 years, what to avoid and what to necessarily do, and what you might do differently?
يعني قبل أيضا لا تسمحوا لي بدقيقة بالنسبة
If you give me a
للمخيم.
minute, I'm sorry, I actually didn't answer the question about the whole
Regarding
camp. When I described it as a ticking time bomb, the thing is that
the first thing
these
we have to have
individuals,
Arabs
and the
and
foreigners should be sent back to their
the
countries.
foreigners have
No
to.
question. Most countries I am aware are refusing to take them back. Second point is
We have to have like a complete plan in order to rehabilitate,
them.
to
We
assist
don't have
those
experts in this
people. It is not a financial issue. It is professional. It is technical that requires rehabilitation. When I speak about rehabilitation, I talk about terrorist members. How can we make of those terrorists useful citizens? During my experience of 20 years, you ask me what I have learned. I have worked in this counterterrorism service. It is a human service more than it is a military service. So when we dealt with Al-Mosul, for example, there were in the cities 3 million citizens in the city, and tons and dozens of terrorists. So what we noticed was that there was a battle to fight terrorism. What I call this battle is a battle, is a specific battle, because when we deal with terrorism, we have terrorism from terrorists from the city. We have terrorists from other countries. So it is an operation of coexistence. They have to. It is very hard to deal with this issue. There are infrastructures. There are, for example, there are churches, there are mosques that are used for worship. They should not be targeted for terrorism. There are hospitals to treat people. It's not to treat terrorism. So institutions and schools are there to raise future generations of useful citizens and not of extremists and terrorists. So we have to have initiatives from the government, from local governments. We need the central government to work together with the citizen in order to fight these important issues. So citizens, they include those who cooperate, those who are pro, and those who are against. There are terrorists, there are useful citizens. So when you work with these, you have to be able to distinguish between those different layers of society. So we need people with know-how. We need people with in-depth expertise who have full command of geography, of culture, of conflict resolution, etc., to deal with traditional battles, conventional, modern, etc. So we have to have people with full command, people who are who have geographical knowledge to deal with these difficulties. People who have political geography to deal with these major issues.
Operationally, it takes intelligence, and I'm talking to fight a counterterrorism. I think, and it's intelligence from the ground up, from the bottom up, boots on the ground, a presence to understand what's going on in Mosul and these other places. It doesn't come from Washington or the 3-letter agencies. Intelligence is the oxygen for a counterterrorism fight. The second one is, as the general said, and we've said before, you have to have the trust of the people. A counterterrorism fight is a fight for the population and the loyalty of the population. If they see a force that's respectable, that's honorable, that is fighting for them and their interests, they see an infrastructure that's working, they're going to help and be a great ally in this counterterrorism fight. If they see a corrupt government That's not working for them. That's sectarian. That can't deliver the basic services when they're pumping 4 million barrels of oil a day. Then they'll listen to an ISIS when they come into town with a friendly face. And it's corrosive to a counterterrorism fight. So those are two things from my view.
Generals, thank you so much, General Al-Saadi, General Barbero, for not only the ground truth you brought, but for the insights to help inform the pathway for the next 20 years of U.S.-Iraq security relations. We're really grateful you joined us, General. Thank you again for logging on, and congratulations to your team and to also the technical team that made it possible for you to join us today very successfully. It was lovely to see you. And General Barbero, thank you for being with us here.
Thank you.
I'll pass it back over. Dr. Hatem.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, General Al-Saadi. Thank you, General Barbero. This is it was a great discussion, candid, and exactly what we hope to hear from these two great experts in what they do, and also great friends and great men. We will have 5 minutes. Please return your translation headsets so you don't have to carry them with you. There is a counter outside. And we will see you in 5 minutes to start our fireside chat. So I look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much for continuing with us. And now it is the time for our fireside chat. And we are delighted to have with us His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Ali Al-Hakim, former Iraqi Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is both a friend and a mentor and somebody I always held in high regard. Speaking to him is my colleague and friend, Dr. C. Anthony Pfaff, who is a senior fellow at the Iraq Initiative program at the Atlantic Council. I can promise you that it will be an excellent chat that we are looking forward to hear from both guests. Thank you very much. Tony.
Thanks, boss. Yeah, my name's Tony Pfaff, and I'm a senior non-resident fellow here at the Atlantic Council's Iraq Initiative. As the boss pointed out, we're going to have a fireside chat with the former foreign minister of Iraq, Muhammad Ali Al-Hakim. And what we're going to do for the next 45 minutes is to talk about the current state of Iraq, the current state of U.S.-Iraq relations, and solicit his thoughts for ways ahead. And this conversation couldn't be timelier. With the formation of a new government, after more than a year of negotiations, it's a good time for both the U.S. and Iraq to have an opportunity and a need to review where things stand. Now, our guest is uniquely positioned to help us with this conversation. Not only was he foreign minister from October 2018 to May 2020, he's also served as Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations, as well as Undersecretary General for the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economics and Social Commission for Western Asia. He was also elected to the National Assembly, where he served from 2005 to 2006 and was a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. So as both diplomat and politician, he's uniquely qualified to help us explore the current state of these issues. So welcome.
Thank you, Tony.
So you were here about 2 years ago talking to the Atlantic Council, literally days before the strategic dialogue. And you talked about a range where you talked about a range of issues that include security, combating corruption, economic diversification, et cetera. So can you tell me, since then, and since the strategic dialogue, what do you think has changed? Have you seen any progress on these issues? Any setbacks? Where are we at right now?
Well, actually, the SFA is the groundwork between Iraq and the U.S., and this is very important for us as two countries in bilateral relationship. I think the SFA based on several issues that is important in several sectors, and one of them is security, and then the others is relationship, the economics, social, and other activities, education as well, which we use very much in this. We have made progress in the SFA, to be honest, and several progresses actually, one of them on the economic side and one of them on the social side. I'll give you an example. Iraq used to give visa to the American for 10 days, and it's renewable. And then the American came to us and said, well, we give you 6 months visas. Why do you give us 10 days? We said, yeah, you are absolutely right. Let's work with the ministries and make sure that we could have an equivalent. So now American, they visit, whether it's for business or for tourism or whatever, they get six-month visa. This is the kind of relationship we had. On the education side, it actually went very well. Security was the key factors, and we thank the American people to help us with the coalition against ISIS. That is really very important. And I have to say, I have to give really a much thanks to the Trump administration for that, because Minister or State Department Mike Pompeo had worked very hard in getting the coalition together, about 80 countries, to help Iraq in establishing the fight against ISIS. And you heard General Saadi says, about how much work that we got from the U.S. Security is very important, the economic is very important, and the social part is very important. They are working together. So.
Well, so let's pick up on the security theme a little bit. So since then, we've sort of transitioned the security relationship from one where we're more actively participating to one where we're more in an advisory role. So what do so how is that transition working for the Iraqi security forces? And what would you do? What, if anything, would you do differently?
Well, I think having the trainers on the ground is very important for us, and I think General Saadi has said that. I mean, without having the trainers on the ground, it will become really very hard for the Iraqis. It's progressing very well, and I think on the side, well, you could tell that the number of incidents that happen from ISIS are lower, and the quality of fighting, ISIS was very hard by the security forces.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Now, kind of back to the strategic dialogue. The last time you chatted here, you talked about how the first 15 minutes should be considering, a reassessment of the strategic framework agreement, and what the foundations of U.S.-Iraq relations should be. So, can you tell me, based on the outcome of the strategic dialogue, how well did you think it did that, and what more could it do, or more could be done?
Well, actually, we had a good meeting in the past, I think, maybe 2 years between David Hale and the Deputy Secretary of the State Department of the Foreign Ministry in Iraq, and there was a good committees to review what's been done in the SFA and going forward, what we're going to do. And I think that they still, Iraq and the U.S. is still working on this assessment.
So if you're advising them, what would you tell them to do?
Well, I think we should increase the economic activities. We should increase the social and the relationship between us. The security is going very well, I think, and there's a lot of cooperation between the two sides.
Okay, so let's turn a little bit to Iraq's role in the region. Over the last couple of years, Iraq has been hosting a dialogue between Iran and Saudi Arabia. There's also the recent Amman-Baghdad-Cairo agreement. Can you tell us a little bit about how Iraq is playing a positive or negative role in regional security, and what more, if anything, it can do? And then finally, how does the U.S. support that without undermining your efforts?
I think this is an important factor because Iraq now, a lot of countries in the region, as a regional country, they start having trust in the Iraqi system. And we started actually before the Baghdad conference with the relationship with Jordan and Egypt. And it was like the trio relationship, Iraq, Jordan, and Egypt. And that was very important for us as well, to get Iraqis into the Arab world as well. And therefore, Iraq has positioned itself very well to be sort of a broker between the countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran, and quietly to work the issues. And this is really a trust issue in Iraq, and trust issue in the politicians of Iraq. There are a lot of people think that the politicians are really off the wall here, but there is really an issue where the trust was very important for for these countries to trust Baghdad and come to Baghdad and negotiate quietly. And it was very very secret as well. There was not a lot of information out, so that was really very important.
Well, so tell me a little bit more, though, particularly with the dialogue between Iran and Saudi Arabia. What do you think the potential is there? To I don't want to say transform the relationship, because that's certainly optimistic, but for it to actually contribute to greater stability in the region.
Well, it's lower the tension. That's the first thing. I mean, make the trust between them, let them dialogue, let them talk, having the Iraqi as a part of this dialogue, which is very important. And I think it is, without any doubt, that the Saudis have trusted the Iraqis to do this type of work in between the Iranian and them. And also, they should work on issues like Yemen, which is very important. And I think if we solve the Yemeni issue today, I think the Gulf area and the security of the Gulf area is very important to the region as well.
Okay, so what sort of tangible things? So Yemen still, while it might not be it might not be quite the level of violence it's been, it's still a huge problem. What's going to get movement? What sort of tangible things can come out of that dialogue I guess, cool things down or get the fighting to.
Well, it's really the trust between the GCC and Iran. And this is very important for us. I think some of the countries start opening their embassies in Tehran. And that's really a very important issue. That's a step forward in terms of the relationship. Also, the Gulf security is very important. I think this is what we try to push the United States to work on. It's the Gulf security rather than is how do you secure a single country out of Iran. Let's have a dialogue on how do we secure the Gulf as well. And this is very important for us.
No, thanks for that. So now I'm going to turn to I guess probably one of the bigger topics today, which is the new government formation. And I'm going to ask a two-parter. One is obviously there was a lot of concern the way the government was formed, and that the process wasn't transparent. A lot of people talk about it's just going to be more of the same. You have the Souders movement's not participating. So what do you think is the potential for it to become an inclusive in government to address those kinds of issues, or are we going to see more unrest in the near future?
I think this is a good issue. I believe that once the government is established and then took place, and I have a trust in Mohammed Shia Sudani. He's really a good person. I worked with him. He is, I think, capable. If they give him a little bit of space and to maneuver and choose his, ministers, I think that would be very good. However, that we believe, and I believe personally, the Sadris are a very important part of the political process in Iraq. Have them out is not a good thing. Have them in is a good thing. So you really have to come in at a certain point to an area where you could just bring these together into forming a government.
So what kinds of things should we look for to see how the government's going to address that? What kinds of things can they do to bring the Souders back in, particularly given the rather strong statements he said recently?
Well, I think a quiet dialogue is very important. And there are some people who are wise people in Iraq. They could actually come in and bring those people together. They do have different way of running the government, without any doubt. The Sadris have their own method of running things, and the coalition, which I call it the Itar strategy, they have different way of doing business. But bringing them together, I think, is a very important issue going forward. Not having one outside. I mean, the Sadris had 73 members of parliament, which is really a very sizable number of member of parliaments in the parliament there. Having them withdrawn is not a good thing, and this is
No, exactly. So I guess my question, is still, so what can the government do to bring them back in? Does it call for early elections? Does it, how does it signal that it's able and willing to cooperate?
I think it's a quiet negotiation to bring them into the government, maybe give them certain position in the government. If they reject that, maybe an early election where we bring them back again to the coalition of Iraq.
So on the other side is, of course, the relations with the United States. There's also a concern, given that a number of members of the Shia Coordination Framework have ties with Iran. Another question is naturally, what's going to be the interest in cooperating with the United States? Is there going to be interest in expanding it, status quo, reducing it? And how should the United States, I guess, respond?
Well, it's really balancing the relationship between Iran and America turns out to be very hard, to be honest. And hard because everybody thinks that the other is not a good guy. And they are a good guy. So this is really very, and Iraq policies has to be balancing between the two. And I remember Adel Abdel Mahdi, I served for him, with him as a prime minister. He said for a meeting, he said, look, you are our partner to the US. You are our partner, you are our friends, but the Iranians also our neighbors, and we have to deal with both issues. Balancing is very hard, and it's probably not going to be easy going forward as well.
Exactly. So, this isn't the only regional issue, of course, that Iraq has. As we were talking about a little earlier, there's a number of environmental issues that Iraq has to address at the same time, particularly ones concerning water, particularly with Iran and Turkey. So can you talk a little bit about that? How is Iraq going to be able to address those issues?
Very
And
important
again,
issue. Tony, this is a very important issue for Iraq going forward. It's really a survival of Iraq because the temperature are actually increasing in Iraq. I mean, every year we see 50 degrees centigrade more often than it used to be, and this is very crucial for us. The water resources, not only the quantity, but the quality of water that's coming in, and the Tigris and the Euphrates are not very high quality as well. So these are the issues that we need to deal with. We need to work with Turkey, and also at the same time, we need to have also a water policy management in Iraq. So it's really two ways. It's never only just one way. But on the other hand, Iraq is just a country that depends on agriculture, and it's depend on resources that requires a lot of water in it, and then water is very important going forward. Clearly, there is an environmental damage that is happening in the past few years in Iraq, and it's going to affect Iraq. Sandstorms are increasing, and it's also the drought is affecting the marshes and affecting also the cities. And what we worry about is the migration of farmers into cities, and then you get another issue of housing and employment and so on.
So that brings up another kind of interesting issue where, going back to strategic dialogue and the strategic framework agreement, where the dialogue affirmed cooperation on a number of issues beyond security, to include public health, the environment, energy efficiency, energy independence, and so on. Where would you say we're at on that? Is the United States taking advantage enough of the opportunities for that further cooperation, or is there more that can be done?
Well, it's actually, we have reached out to the U.S., and especially the private sector of the U.S., and it's not easy to deal with those. I'll give you an example. It's the Exxon project that we had. We had a tremendous number of negotiations with Exxon to bring Exxon into Iraq. And every time we reach a point when we could sign, then Exxon will decided to add another conditions into that. And then finally we failed to sign an agreement with Exxon. That would be a 30-year agreement. It's really a fantastic agreement once it's, and also with GE. We tried to bring GE as well into Iraq. So these are the things that we need to do, is to bring in more the private sector, more the companies into Iraq, because it will increase not only the political dialogue with the U.S., but also the economic and the security side of it.
Yeah, so that's another question. So what would you say if you were advising American businesses, some of whom are probably listening to us right now, if they wanted to do business in Iraq, what's the best way of going about it? What do they need to know to make it work?
We actually said that so many times, and we are tired of that, because we opened up Iraq. We said, come in and let's do business with Iraq. It's very hard to do business with Iraq. I should admit to that. There are a lot of obstacles to get, but it could be done. The Chinese are doing it. The Koreans are doing it. There are a lot of companies are from the east side of the the Asian side coming into Iraq. So we need the U.S. to come into Iraq as well as to invest in the economic side of it.
Now, probably, I would think increasing opportunities for that kind of investment would also depend on Iraq's ability to diversify the economy, something that you've talked about also in the past. Particularly, you talked about diversifying the agricultural sector. Right. So can you talk a little bit more about what sort of the economic opportunities are in Iraq that people might not know about in our audience, particularly as Iraq works to diversify its economy, and what other sectors might be ripe for diversification, and what the and how U.S. businesses might be able to engage?
Well, there are really tremendous amount of opportunities in Iraq. Iraq is really a very good ground for investment in areas like energy, gas and oil and gas, as well as in agriculture and industry. Iraq is 40 million people, and they are consumers. So therefore, there is really opportunity for people to come in and do business with Iraq. I'll give you an example. One of the things that we really asked for, and Adil Abdel Mahdi and his government asked for, is to build a small factory of cars, automobiles in Iraq. And then instead of importing them, building them in Iraq, and help the Iraqis to, buy locally manufactured cars in Iraq. Something like that could happen actually.
What obstacles would a company trying to do that have to face? I mean, one that comes up immediately is perhaps the security situation. Are they going to be secure enough to do that? And has Iraq reformed its regulatory environment so that it can, so that can be both an effective and profitable relationship?
That's very true. It's on us as well. It's very difficult to do business with Iraq, and we try to sort of streamline that in terms of logistics as well as the legal side of it, and even obtaining a land to build a factory on it is very hard in Iraq. But that is something that could be done, and I mean, especially if the project is very big project, it could be done. It could be worked through that process as well.
Okay. Before I open up some questions to the audience. What remaining challenges and opportunities do you think there are for U.S. and Iraq relations?
I think it's strengthened the relationship between the U.S. and Iraq is very important, and it's continuing that relationship is important. And it should not be ups and downs. It should be a stream and one way of relationship with them. And the trust is a big issue. Let me give you an example. In 2003, I'll just give you an example on the economy of Iraq and how important. 2003, when the change happened, Iraq was in debt to the Paris Club about $128 billion, and in debt to 65 countries, about $330 billion. We had compensation to pay Kuwait, $54 billion. $4.2 billion were for environmental. That's in 2003. How much money Iraq had in 2003? Zero in the central bank, and then it has only 5 tons of gold were lowered down in the Tigris River until we discover them, we bring them in. Today, fast forward 20 years, where's Iraq today? Today, Iraq, the growth is 9.5% for 2022, which is the 3rd in the world. Okay, last year, where COVID is, Iraq growth was 5.9%, and that's not only from oil. That's oil and local businesses, small businesses. So the growth is there. The other things, Iraq has paid all of its debt to Kuwait. That's $58 billion, completely 100%. It cleared 65 countries that they, the debt with them completely. Have in the security and as reserve about $85 billion today. Has about 130 tons of gold. So that means there is a progress from the economic side. A lot of people think that Iraq is a failed country. I tell you, with this economics numbers and all of that, I think Iraq is going forward in the economic side. I have faith in Generation X and Generation Z in Iraq. They really are different generation. They look forward, and they are innovator. So that the private sector is going forward, and it's actually and flourishing in Iraq.
So give us a sense for how fast that's growing relative, because you said 5.9% for the economy, but not all of that's going to be the private sector. Can you give us a sense for how fast that's growing and where?
Well, it's going very well. Oil and gas is very important, product of Iraq, but also the private sector, the businesses. Today, if you go to Baghdad, there are a lot of malls, a lot of cafe, a lot of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and which is very important. Baghdad doesn't sleep till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Here, if you leave at 10 o'clock, you want to buy, have a bite to eat. The only thing that is open is fast food, and all the restaurants are closed. In Baghdad, at 2 a.m., you could get a hot meal served to you by restaurants as well. So that means a lot of people are really, if you have no business with the government, you're in a good shape.
Well, thanks for that.
I close with that one.
I think that's a great point where I think we can turn over to the audience for some questions. So if anybody has anything, yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Abdullah Al-Qadi from Crescent Petroleum. My question is with regards to the formation of the new government. And we're back again to muhassasa. How do you think the formation is going on of the government now? I mean, what we hear that it's been a struggle for Mohammed Shia really to form the government with the nominees that he has to deal with. How do you see it yourself, and when do you think he will be able to present the cabinet for the to the parliament? Thank you.
Well, that's really a very good question. I think what Mohammed Shia is suffering right now is the reality what Adel Abdel Mahdi has suffered for. Adel Abdel Mahdi, he did the same thing. He had a lot of challenges when he formed his government. And it's clear when we went to the parliament, they only voted for 14 ministers. So that means there are a lot of challenges going forward. And as we went into the cabinet, we had to assume responsibility for the other ministries as well, the empty ministries. And I think Mohammed Shia Sudani is probably going to have the same thing. They probably not going to agree to 22 full cabinet ministries, in the parliament as well. It looks like they're going to agree to 14 or 15, which is the 2/3, so they could have the government functions. Meanwhile, I think he's going to have the same obstacles as well, unfortunately.
Yes, sir.
I'm David Mack, old Iraqi hand, going back to the 1960s. And I've always been impressed by the ability of the Iraqis to come up with innovative ideas. So despite having bad politics a lot of the time, so what if Iraq, once it has a government formed, were to make a proposal to the U.S. government, the government of the UAE, and the government of Kuwait to combine their efforts.
You have it up still?
To have
it's up.
a program for harnessing Iraqi gas for electrical generation.
What was that?
Followed in phase 2 by harnessing the solar energy, which descends every year all over Iraq with great abundance.
Yeah.
And you could have companies based in the U.S., the UAE, and Kuwait involved along with Iraqi partners. I think this would be the kind of innovative idea that would get people in Washington very excited. And I hope also in Kuwait and the UAE.
I think this is a brilliant idea. I think Iraq should actually work together with the Kuwaitis as well with the Saudis and with the United Arab Emirates. They do have the capabilities and the ability to do that, and the US as well. There were several attempts on this, but it didn't really go through. And we need to have a solid project that could actually combine both the oil and gas industry that we have, plus the renewable energy that we should actually go to. Iraq, has really abundance of sun, about 300 days a year, practically, sunny days in Iraq, which is very important for solar energy and so on. So you should be able to, we should be able to get a very good partnership with the U.S. as well as with UAE, Kuwait, as well as the Saudis as well. And we are dealing with the Saudis now in terms of electricity as well as with Jordan, so to bring electricity to Iraq. Getting Iraq 24/7 electrical powers and electricity is not very hard. It could be done. I mean, it's been done in the bigger countries. Egypt, for instance, is a very good example of how they did it very fast. And we should be able to do that ourselves as well. But it's a great idea.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Abbas Kadhim, the Iraq Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Having the privilege of talking to you on many occasions, I would like to take us back to the foreign policy and Iraq's foreign policy, something that you are a big believer in and you did a lot for, which is Iraq's positioning itself on a neutrality policy regionally and internationally. This was a departure from the early Iraqi policies of being at least closer to one interlocutor versus the other. What were the domestic and regional challenges that you had, as well as the other opportunities that helped you shape you, I mean, personally and also as a Minister of Foreign Affairs and also the Iraqi government? And this has been gladly to mention that this is over more than one administration in Baghdad, that this neutrality is being more institutionalized. So what were the domestic and regional challenges to keeping Iraq neutral, not to be in an axis or in a camp, as the Iraqis would say, versus another, especially on the regional conflict points, whether it's Saudi, Iran, whether it is within the GCC also. In New York time, there were some challenges inside the GCC, or to the west of Iraq with Syria, Jordan, and others. How did you do it, and what were the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome those?
Well, this is a very good question. You know, in essence, Iraq has always published its foreign policy requirements as well. So we really never kept it secret. We said we are going to be working with all of our neighbors, Iran, the Gulf area, Turkey, Syria as well. So we kept relationship with all of them. And also we extended our sort of relationship with them very much in that part. So that's really sort of emphasized the trust in the Iraqi policies as well. From the partnership side of it, Iraq was very clear up front. We will not be part against any of our neighbors. I'll give you an example. The Warsaw Conference that the US has worked very hard to bring in all of the government, the Arab government, as well as Israel together. We thought that that particular conference was really, is not to bring in the peace into the Middle East, but it's to bring in that, to issue against Iran. And we said we are not going to attend because, first of all, is the Palestinians are not going to be part of that Warsaw conference. Second, it's not going to be to keep peace in the area, but it's going to be targeted against a country which is very important to us, to Iraq, because it's our neighbor, and it's Iran. So therefore, we were very clear to them. The second part, we were very clear, and I had a conversation with Kushner as well on the financial conference in Bahrain and Manama. And we said, we are not going to attend that, because what you are going to do is to bring in financial stability to a solution in the Middle East, which is in the Palestinian and Israeli issues, before the political side. Put the political first, the political map first. Let's solve the political issues, and then we could bring, the financial support to support that agreement. Therefore, we were very clear. We were against the map that put as the deal of the century or whatever it's called, and we were not supporting of that map. We were very clear. We were very frank with our policies, whether it's against terrorism. I tell you one thing, the U.S. has helped us tremendously to bring the coalition against ISIS. That we are thankful of. And we worked with them very hard on the security side, on the military side, and also on the intelligence, which is very important for us. But on the relationship with Iraq, Iraq was independent fully independent of taking decision with the relationship in the Gulf area. Even with Syria, we have never sort of demolished the relationship with Syria. We never cut that relationship. We always had an embassy that is functioning in Damascus, and we had a relationship with the Syrian, even though the Syrian government were, they were in a very hard shape at that point. So it's not an easy path, but at the same time, it is very clear to make sure that the Iraqi policies are very frank and is also very open.
Does anybody else have a question? Yes, Barbara.
Hi, I'm Barbara Slavin. I direct the Future of Iran initiative here at the Atlantic Council. So I don't know if you've been asked about this before, but I would love your reflections on what's going on in Iran now domestically. How stable do you think the system is? How do you think they're going to cope with these new extraordinary challenges from women? And also, as we know, the nuclear deal is hardly even being talked about anymore. Does it matter to Iraq whether this agreement is revived or not? Thank you.
So I'll take the second part of it, which is very important. It is very important to Iraq to have a deal between the US and also in Iran on the nuclear deal, without any doubt. This is really more stabilizing to the area. It's also the GCC as well. We look forward to have that deal done and to stabilize at least that part of it. From the, I'm not surprised really what happened in the inside Iran, because the Iranian population are very vibrant. It's a vibrant population. It's always very intelligent, very smart, very forward-looking, and therefore, what is happening today, it should be really taken very seriously by the Iranian government to change certain policies. The old policy of 40 years, it's not going to work anymore. So what we look for is a change inside, and that change has to come in from within the government itself and the political establishment. They have to realize, and I spoke about Generation X and Generation Z, they are completely different. They are different from the old generation. Therefore, the Iranian political establishment has to actually, accommodate all the new changes in the society. So do we in Iraq. And that's why our constitution is very flexible to allow the freedom of the rights of people inside Iraq as well. We have a youth issue as well in Iraq, and it is a very big issue for us. And having women to participate in the workforce is very important. Today, Iraq has 18%, which is one of the lowest women participation in the workforce. And when I was in the foreign ministry, I made sure that we have more women accepted, and we made that percentage up to 38% to bring in more women into foreign policy and the foreign service as well, whether they are ambassador or higher level women in the foreign service. So this is an issue going to face countries that they think of the past and not the future.
I think we may have time for one more, if anyone has one.
Thank you very much for Alexander Kravitz from Insight again. What might, you talked about the Prime Minister designate. If his government is confirmed, which we hope it will be, what would you say should be his top 3 priorities? He might have actually a limited time. He might not actually have a full term if early elections are called. But what would you say should be his top 3 priorities, let's say, over the next 12 months?
Well, in my opinion, I think one is very issue, which is very serious one, is fighting corruption, this is really immediate thing. He has to stop the corruption in the government, and this is very important issue. The second is how smart is he to bring the Sadris into the formation of the government. You can't leave the Sadris out. This is really a very serious issue. So he has to bring them in, whether it's at the medium level, higher level of government establishment. So that is something else. And third is to work with neighbors like Turkey and Iran on water issues. And he's He is an agriculture engineer. Mohammed Shah Sudani. His job is he's an agriculture engineer. He understands the value of agriculture in Iraq. And without water, you don't have agriculture industry in Iraq. So he needs to work with Turkey and Iran very closely on the water resources issue.
Yes, sir. Probably the last one.
Your Excellency, I would like just to follow up with the question Alex made and my earlier question. And I agree with you that the Sadrs should be somehow back in the government, either at ministries level or even lower level. But if Sayyid Muqtada insists of not taking part in this government by any mean, do you think this government will continue its term, whether it's 1.5 years, 2 years, or the complete 4 years? Or do you think that there is a serious risk for this government not to continue its functioning going through?
I think it's the latter, I think. It's probably not going to continue till the end of the term, which is 4 years. It's going to be very tough. And I think without the Sadris, it's going to be very tough to continue in a 2 or 3 year sort of position for Mohammed Shah Sudani. He needs to bring the Sadris, I don't know how, but he needs to bring them in. And without that, it's going to be very tough for him. This is my opinion. It's good that I'm outside the government. I could speak whatever I want to speak at this point. But this is really the issue. It's clear that the Sadris represent a very large portion of the Iraqi political system, and they need to be counted, period. That's it.
Even though the last movement by Sayyid Muqtada calling for the resignation of all the Sadrs in power now, including, Hafidin, governors, and even Sayyid al-Ghazi and others, this is going to actually make the situation even more difficult. It's just holding back to who's there rather than actually getting more.
No, I agree with you. I think he has a lot of middle-level administrators in the government of Iraq, and they are doing a good job actually working with the rest. It's going to make it hard, without any doubt. I think just the fact that most of his MPs are left, and now he has, the middle sort of sector of the Iraqi establishment is out of the government. It's going to be very tough, unless he has a plan to take over completely of the whole thing.
Well, I would like to thank everybody for their participation today. And sir, thank you very much for this very informative and wide-ranging conversation where I think you did a masterful job integrating all the different dynamics and issues that we were talking about into something that I think we all feel like we learned something from. And so, again, sir, thank you very much for your participation here. Thank you guys for your questions. And Abbas, over to you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. And I second that, Your Excellency. Thank you for your insights, your candid discussion, and it was enlightening for all of us. Now, it's my honor to cordially invite you to join us for lunch. And we will be at lunch until 5 minutes before 1. So 12:55, we will resume our conference for the second panel. Thank you again, and enjoy your lunch.
AV team, I can't hear her in the studios quite yet.
Welcome back, and welcome to our second panel, Iraq and the region, that will be moderated by my colleague, Atlantic Council Senior Fellow, Andrew Peake.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Abbas, and welcome to our afternoon panel, Iraq and the region. I'm so pleased you're all here to join us. I think this is going to be an extremely interesting discussion. We're going to touch on our panelists briefly, introduce them. I'm going to ask them some general questions to start this off, and then we're going to throw it to the audience to see, as one of my co-panelists said, where organically the conversation takes us. So perhaps we could start with a man who needs no introduction, Dr. Abbas Qadim, the head of our Iraq initiative here at the Atlantic Council, probably the nation's foremost expert on Iraq and certainly on Shia politics, and a man whom we are very grateful to have at the Council. Next, also on our panel, we have Aydin Seljan, the former Consul General of the Republic of Turkey in Erbil, and a career diplomat. And lastly, Her Excellency Manal Radwan, a senior advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Iran and regional security. So let's begin by precedence, if you will, with Dr. Abbas, and something I'm sure our group of audience members are interested in, which is Mustafa Kadhimi, the Prime Minister of Iraq, who just left office, took power as a caretaker prime minister, as we know, an interim government to help stabilize the country. he has since left power very recently. In between, he made his mark as an active diplomat, engaging Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iran, and the United States ably. Let me ask you this, Dr. Abbas. Did any of that actually matter?
It should matter. Of course, in Iraq, people focus more on the criticism and the critique than giving people some credit. But I think Mustafa al-Kadhimi deserves some credit that he took the task that pretty much no one wanted or was excited to have. In May 2020, when Mustafa al-Kadhimi and his government took office, Iraq was actually giving its oil and paying some money to the consumers to take it. It was below the zero. And Iraq was under a pandemic like the rest of the world. The Iraqi economy was falling apart, and the United States and Iran were literally having a quarrel on Iraqi soil. And the Iraqi-American relations were about to fall apart as well, if they didn't fall apart. So in that atmosphere, if we were to fast forward to today, I would say that probably Prime Minister Kadhimi would be the one prime minister who would deliver Iraq better than he received it. So that's important, I think. It did count that oil prices picked up shortly after he took office, but also he brought credible people like the former Minister of Finance, Ali Alawi, who worked hard to with the white paper and all of other policies that picked the economy up. He had a few other ministers that worked well. Kadhimi also, in his personality, he was trying, and he did very well working with everyone. He built on the policy of neutrality of the Iraqi governments before him, the two governments, including opening Iraq more towards Saudi Arabia. He activated the Iraq, Jordan, Egypt economic project that is right now in good shape, and it's more institutionalized. He accomplished a lot on the international relations level, but also he received an Iraq that has a very bad legacy. If we don't go to before 2003, certainly after 2003, it's a very hard country to lead at this point. But it does...
or ever.
Absolutely. So as a historian, looking at an era that just closed, I think it matters. But I believe that, again, what he didn't make a big dent in the mountainous challenges that he and anybody else who will lead the country would have. And that is the nature of the democratization, the transition that Iraq had. And there are no shortcuts for it, as you well know, Dr. Peek, being an expert in this science. So I think he deserves praise for what he has done. He also gets his share of blame like anyone else because he accepted this job, and it's a job that it's a thankless job. But also I think we should also give him some leeway, if you will, on the things that he tried and couldn't accomplish.
Fair enough. I want to welcome our holographic panelist, Dr. Sanam Vakil, who is a fellow Johns Hopkins PhD and teaches at Johns Hopkins in Bologna at the moment. With Dr. Sanam, with your permission, we'll throw the next question to you. One of the endemic factors since the U.S. withdrew from Iraq has been an increasing sense that regional countries are competing in Iraq. They're using the Iraqi political system, which is more pluralistic, more democratic than that of some of its neighbors, as chess pieces on a board. And let me say, the Iranians most of all, but most regional countries are in this competition. How do you see those dynamics playing out?
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. It's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the broader discussions. And of course, Iran has been, above all, the biggest chess player in Iraq, making use of its relationships that are deep and long-standing, but also its predatory dynamics in Iraq to assert its broader regional ambitions, its forward defense policy, projecting power directed towards Israel and the United States. And of course, this has heavily damaged Iraq's internal stability, its economy, its security, and this will continue, sadly, despite shifts in Iran's policy going forward. So quickly, if I may just touch on Iran, and I think I will leave it to Dr. Manal to speak perhaps about the Saudi position, and then we could take it forward from there. Iran has long seen, since 2003, an opportunity to project its power in Iraq, and it's done so from its perspective quite effectively, and it has done so through personal relationships and personal leadership. Qasem Soleimani was instrumental in managing and maintaining those personal relationships throughout the Iraqi system. And with his death, alongside that of Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, Iran has experienced, I think, a profound shift in how it is managing its relations in Iraq and how it is projecting its power in Iraq. I believe we are witnessing a sort of transition, and this has been undergoing, of course, over the past 2 years. It's reflective of regional dynamics. It's reflective of perhaps conflict fatigue, uncertainty over the US, recalibrating positions, hedging across the region, and maybe a period of de-escalation that we've seen pursued by multiple actors across the region. And it's in this sort of backdrop of these sort of changes that, with Qasem Soleimani's death, Ismail Ghani, his successor, who hasn't had the same personal network, personal relationships, has struggled maybe to assert his authority in the same way. And perhaps we could characterize Iran's current dynamics in Iraq as, on the one hand, decentralized, still maintaining relationships, but allowing less day-to-day control and management, and in fact, allowing autonomy. This autonomy results in challenges. Groups are harder to control, and this allows for opportunities as well for groups inside the country to be more assertive as well. At the same time, though, Iran does have a long-standing, I think, interest that it will continue to be an influencer and a destabilizing influencer in Iraq, really because Iran's 4-decade regional strategy has been through its pursuit of forward defense. And now it sees Israel and other states, including Turkey, also using states around Iran as playgrounds to project power. And this is where Iraq isn't just a playground for Iran, but also for Israel, for Turkey, for some of the Gulf states. And we have seen over the past few years, Iran strike Erbil with missiles over just the past number of weeks, where Iran was beset with massive protests around the country, again, in order to project power, in order to send very strong messages to Kurdish groups in Iran, Kurdish groups in Iraq, but also to the wider region. It has also pursued 42 strikes in Kurdistan, arrested many members of its own Kurdish opposition, again, in order to push back and send strong messages. So all in all, I would say these dynamics sadly are going to continue. Iran, through the period of maximum pressure and US sanctions, has seen the importance of Iraq and its other neighboring states. It might translate those relationships in perhaps a more decentralized way, or shift its relationships around. But nevertheless, the neighborhood is never more important than now for Iran and for its security.
Dr. Sanam, can I ask you then, did the strike against Mohandas and Qasem Soleimani make Iraq more stable? Can we chart that up as a bold masterstroke of the Trump administration?
I think it was definitely a very strong and effective message that was sent to Iran, but also to regional states. I think the message had consequences and will continue to have consequences. I don't know if it has made Iran weaker in Iraq, but it has led to Iran shifting its strategy. Iran now operates in a burrowing sort of method. It has relationships that are not as overt. It has relationships through multiple layers in formal government institutions, but also informal with non-state actors. So it has removed that firm grip that Qasem Soleimani and Mohandas had, and that is a critical and important step forward. But ultimately, to remove sort of Iran as a parasite in Iraq, I think that that is going to be a longer and systemic project that requires a lot more surgery from within Iraq. Iran is conscious that the Iraqi population is deeply frustrated and sees the Iranian presence as negative. But I think it's going to take time for that pushback from the Tishreen movement and from protesters on the ground to translate into meaningful change at the top. The problem is structural in Iraq among its elites and among its Mohassasa system.
Let's turn for a moment now to the other elephant in the region, if I can mix my metaphors, Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, the Baghdad talks between Saudi Arabia and Iran have been a rare glimmer, a rare bright spot in the region. And yet the main function, the main issue many of us see that Saudi Arabia has with Iraq is the Iranian proxies in its southern areas and the missile threat that the Saudis face on a regular basis. What can the United States do? What can Saudi Arabia do to mitigate that threat and build a more normal relationship with the Republic of Iraq?
With the Republic of Iran?
Iraq.
Iraq. Thank you first for inviting me. It's good to be here. I would want to actually say something on the leadership of Prime Minister Kadhimi, and I want to give him great credit personally, and also, of course, to Iraq for the convening of the dialogue between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And I want to also recall what His Excellency Al-Hakim, Minister Al-Hakim, said about the trust that Iraq has regained from its neighbors, especially Saudi Arabia, on having that dialogue happen. The dialogue is very important. As you have mentioned, one of the most important element in it, or one of the most important accomplishment that could happen, is the idea of the proxies that Iran is using to threaten not just Saudi Arabia and not just the Gulf countries, including, for example, the UAE, but regional and international peace and security. We can't undermine the importance of maritime security. We can't undermine the importance of international trade and, of course, oil. What Saudi Arabia can accomplish, we would like to see that dialogue actually mature. It has been cordial so far, the 5 rounds. It is positive that it is still there. And we would like to see a more substantive and more responsibility taken from the Iranian side in arriving at a position where Iran understands that it cannot be more secure and more safe through its proxies, but that there is actually another path to ensure its safety and security and to ensure that its interest is protected and that of its people, which is through dialogue, through building trust, through confidence-building measures. And I know that the leadership in Saudi Arabia has mentioned many times over that it's actually open to that process. I know that you know of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, its vision to have this transformation on the economic, on the cultural, on the social aspects, and all of that cannot happen in a region that is not stable and secure, including where Iran's interest is secured.
We have obviously just been through, nearly a year of government formation uncertainty in Iraq. How much does it impact Saudi Arabia's security? How much does it impact Saudi Arabia's security what the makeup of the Iraqi government is? Who leads? What parties are in charge?
What's important is that Iraq needs to be for the Iraqis. And if we can, whichever government formation there is, it is not for Saudi Arabia to dictate or to even comment on. But whatever formation there is that would serve the Iraqi people, that would arrive at a position where Iraq is for the Iraqis, that would make a strong Iraq, would make strong state institutions, would protect Iraq's sovereignty, would protect its territorial integrity, and that will certainly be in the interest not just of Saudi Arabia, but like I said, of the Gulf region as a whole, but also of international peace and security. So wherever we achieve that, Iraq is extremely important, and we have to, we in Saudi Arabia would do everything possible to support Iraq to be a strong member of the Arab community and to resume its very important leadership position. And like has been said here many times over since the morning, Iraq has tremendous capabilities, Iraq has tremendous potential, and if we can overcome the political and the security hurdles and the interference in Iraqi affairs, then we could accomplish a strong Iraq that would benefit all of the region, including Saudi Arabia.
What would you say to Iraqis who are innately skeptical of the Saudi role in Iraq, mostly Shia now that we're talking about because of decades of discrimination or kind of fantasized ties with militant groups? What would you say about Saudi Arabia's role in Iraq today?
I would say one important thing to Iraqis and to everyone who is skeptical of the Saudi role: look at the facts and don't look at the fiction or the narrative that is being leveled against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and Iraq enjoy historical ties that have been there for decades. I know that the ramification of the 2003 war on Iraq had its impact on the relationship, but at least Saudi Arabia played a major role in the coalition against Daesh, in the international coalition against Daesh. I would remind you that the first meeting on ISIS happened in Saudi soil, and with Saudi leadership playing a very important role in that. I would also say since 2007, we've seen a major shift in strengthening the relationship between the two countries. There is the Iraqi-Saudi Coordinating Council. There are 33 MOUs that between the two countries that span environment, culture, economy, security, political consultations. I know there are 9 other important MOUs that are also under consideration. Saudi Arabia has always been of the position that we need Iraq to be strong. We need Iraq to enjoy its sovereignty. We need Iraq to enjoy its rightful leadership position in the Arab world. So look at the acts and don't look at the narrative / accusations.
Aidan Seljan, you have shown great decorum and politeness in waiting for the last question, the last panelist to be introduced. So thank you for that. You're a credit to the Turkish Foreign Service. Let me ask you this. If the Saudi presence / Saudi influence is kind of fantasized about by Iraqis in Iraq, the Turkish presence is very real. Turkey has a major military footprint. It is very, very active, I would argue increasingly so over the past 5 years. How do you see Turkey's relationship with Baghdad, and particularly with relations to Iran?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Peak, for moderating this panel. And to my distinguished fellow panelists also, it's a privilege for me, and Dr. Kazem for inviting me here. It's just a quick look at the map. Or maybe let me put it this way. There are facts that we cannot change. Whether now Mr. Erdogan is in power or there will be another, for example, following the next elections in 2023, there will be a new government. And here people, the reason why I'm invited here, I understand, as I have no relation whatsoever with the government, is not about my personal opinion, but to look into Turkish policies. And also, while listening in the morning to different panelists, I was thinking how history moves quickly forward. When I arrived in Baghdad, for example, in 2003, right after the American invasion, as the deputy head of mission in our embassy in Baghdad, I had great difficulty, for example, convincing our own people in the government in Ankara that now there is a new era in Iraq. And also the American government is different also. So there are new actors, new players, new facts on the ground. But then again, for example, after ISIL, there is a new history in regard to the Iraqi Kurdistan region. After the independence referendum, for example, there is a change. So there is constantly a change, a shift. But when you look at the Iraq-Turkey relations, I mean, we are neighbors. Iraq was part of the Ottoman Empire. Both countries are Muslim predominantly. Although Iraq is a federation now, Turkey is, for example, the administrative systems are different. Turkey is predominantly Sunni, where for example, the majority of population in Iraq is Shia. But Turkey is a secular republic. On the other hand, we are not Arab. When we look at the Kurdish population, global Kurdish population, almost, not almost, but definitely more than half of the global Kurdish population are citizens of Turkish Republic. And you are right, since early 90s, after the first Gulf War, there is Turkish military presence for counterterrorism operations in northern Iraq. So when we talk about military operations, we talk about northern Iraq. But when we talk about political facts, we say Iraqi Kurdistan region, for example. This is why is that so? It's up for debate. Now, Iraq is well. Any diplomat who served at some point in his career or her career at any spot in the world would tell you that that place was the center of universe as long as he was or she was serving there. For me also, when I was serving in Baghdad, I thought now everything is revolving around Iraq and Baghdad. Then I served in Erbil as Consul General. I thought, yes, Erbil is the most important mission for Ankara. But that was also the thinking, by the way, in Ankara at that time. Although it was never, it's not an embassy, of course, but it was at a par with the embassy in Baghdad, at least. But the numbers and the complementarity of resources between the two countries, very simply put, Turkey has water, Iraq has oil. On the other hand, there is visa implementation, but visa is just is red tape in a way. You know, it's even on the internet, an Iraqi citizen can get Turkish visa, and there are how many flights a day from Erbil, Süleymaniye, and Baghdad and Basra, I don't know, but I can tell you that Iraqis, be them Kurds or Arabs, because there is no, of course, statistics separating Iraqis between, you know, Shia, Sunni, but they have the highest number of foreign citizens buying property in Istanbul, And nowadays in Turkey, if you pay more than around 400,000 US dollars, you can also get citizenship. So not only you have your home or second home in Istanbul or any place in Turkey, you also have a Turkish passport in your pocket. So we have these human relations between the two countries. Economically speaking, Iraq is always either number one or number two in export Turkey's oil imports. When you look at foreign trade numbers, maybe Iraq is one of the few countries that we have a trade surplus, because Turkey has everything Iraq needs, with good quality products, with cheaper than any other country, because it's next door. So it's very easy to deal with. But politically speaking, in the last government formation, after the last elections, I thought, of course, I have no crystal ball, and I cannot really see what is happening in Ankara. But I realized that this was kind of a stars are aligned moment for Turkey with Muqtada Sadr, KDP, and the two Sunni formations. Then I thought, oh, then there is something going on between the curtains between Iran and Iraq. But then again, today, as we see with the new government, with the selection of Prime Minister Soudani, we can understand that Turkey can live easily with this new government formation and the new president, and also kind of will be Ankara. Again, my personal opinion does not count, but Ankara, in my opinion, would be definitely satisfied with the way this crisis seems to be solved for the moment.
Is Iran playing a harmful role in Iraq?
It is, well, again, me personally, I would tell you that one cannot move forward in Iraq without taking into account all these players, Saudis, Saudi Arabia's, Turkey's, and Iran's considerations in a way. But this is because Baghdad is weak. This transition to democracy is an ongoing process. Institutions and rule of law is more important than the interests these parties have, different players have. And all of these players, all these formations, political formations based on identity, are trying to keep their turfs very jealously, of course.
Sure.
So this will not help moving Iraq's democracy forward. So, but Iraq has great potential. Over 60% of the population, I understand, are under 30 years old, or 25 even. That was what the Deputy Secretary, Assistant Secretary said this morning. With all this oil wealth, and given the circumstances, and also culturally speaking, it has these three big cities, Mosul, Baghdad, and Basra. The position in the map is a very central position. So Iraq, first of all, in the region, among other Arab countries, even globally, has all the potential to become an actor for good also. But we are not there yet, and there is no direct path to that target.
Dr. Abbas, on that note, of course, we all watched with admiration and then tinged with horror in 2019 in October when the protests turned violent, which then ushered in, were the result of political stasis in some sense, and then ushered in more political stasis. We're now at a point where we've formed a new government, but let me ask you, is the weakness of the central government a function of outside powers, or are outside powers significant in Baghdad because the government is weak?
It's a great question. First, it is to be noted that today is the 25th of October, which is really the anniversary of the second wave of protests that ended up with heartbreaking events. In fact, I was in Baghdad in September and early October of 2019. So saw the first wave and then came back and the second wave took place. So it is to remember that, and to remember that it was a milestone really in modern or contemporary Iraqi history, that you've seen the first time in probably since 1948 that a government fell because of protests in Iraq. So it's a huge difference those protests made. But back to your question, I think I think it's a bit of both. On the one hand, that internal weakness that Aiden was just talking about here, it opens the door for foreign influence and foreign meddling and foreign interference. Countries that have interests that they think they can further them and they can push them to the maximum when they see the door open, they will do that. Governments are elected to serve their own people and their national interest, and they will do it. Some do it through the legitimate way, and some do it aggressively, and sometimes with foul play. So that's one. Definitely, I think the genesis of this problem of regional and international meddling is the fact that Iraqis are internally divided and that they don't trust each other. Many of them trust their neighboring countries, depends on their respective ethno-sectarian affiliations and affinities. They do respect those powers more than they respect their fellow Iraqis from the other side of the ethno-sectarian dividing line. That's true. So I think if we were to heal, the body should heal from internally before you just think about thinking about the immunization against foreign meddling comes before trying to do something externally. That's one thing. But on the other hand, Iraq is not in the heart of Western Europe. Our neighbors are not Monaco and I don't know Belgium or any others. Our neighbors are our neighbors for a long time. We have Syria, we have Jordan, we have Saudi Arabia, we have Turkey. These are the countries that are around us, and it's a very tough region. It's a region that doesn't. A lot of their internal and also regional politics are not institutionalized. Much of the policies are on the whim of a ruler. Sometimes, one day you see them talk about unification. 3 days later, they are basically closing the borders and preventing each other's citizens from coming in. So that is the way you deal with it. So it is both. It is you have aggressive foreign policies on the side of the neighbors, and you have also alarming, sometimes pathetic, one would say, divisiveness and division within the Iraqi politics inside Iraq, domestic politics, that is. But the good news is that I think with a lot of diligence and a lot of hard work, Iraq is in a better place today. I mean, we were just talking about Saudi Arabia. Up to 2015-16, Saudi Arabia would refuse to open an embassy. We have not just an embassy. It started with a little bit of a public diplomacy. It made a huge difference to see, that, for example, the Saudi soccer team go play in Basra to lift the embargo on Iraqi fields, stadiums. And the Saudis themselves were surprised the way they were received. They thought that, it's not going to be. But they were received in a great way. Then businesses went, and business delegations, and they participated. And again, I watched them on TV with their interviews, and you could tell the surprise that they have, that Iraqis embraced them. And then when an embassy began and it was opened, I think started with a still struggle. The first ambassador, Saudi ambassador, had to be expelled. But the next one, it was a good charm. And then I think now the Iraqi-Saudi relations are better than they have ever been in the last 30 years or so. Kuwait, which was, again, the one country that had every incentive not to embrace Iraq. In fact, from the very beginning, they embraced Iraq and they worked with Iraq very well. And Iraq, I mean, it was the Kuwaitis who gave positive statement after another in the UN Security Council that led to the lifting of a lot of the mandatory UN resolutions on Iraq. Jordan has always been in good relation, but Syria also, there was a turnaround. Still, Syria is a troublesome relationship. I think with Iraq's policies regarding Syria is choosing the better evil, or the lesser evil. And with Turkey, it's always this mixed love-hate relation. I wouldn't call it probably hate, but probably some resentment among some Iraqis, because both countries have a lot of cooperation, a lot of positive relations, a lot of potential, but they do have problems that don't seem to be resolved. The issues of the military that are there against the Iraqi wall, the water problem that Iraqis suffer, and there is back and forth accusations. And Iran is, again, you put it very well. I think Iran is a country that, maybe the country that had most influence. They have a lot of aspects that are malign activities, but also Iran has been a safe bet for many Iraqis because Iran stepped in from the very beginning. I think that's where the Arab world has dropped the ball. They gave Iran 13 years or so of head start to work, and then they withdrew from Iraq completely. And facts were created on the ground, whether it's the trade, whether it is the relationship of gas imports, whether it is the diplomatic relations, not to mention that, again, this huge religious affinities that we had for I mean, the Iraqi-Iranian relations, even they were not Iraqi-making. We go back to the Safavid and Ottoman empires that got together in 1638 and decided, for all the wisdom they had, without asking the Iraqis, that Iraqi Shia, who were the majority, are Safavid subjects. And we were treated that way throughout the Ottoman embassy, the Ottoman rule, and also the British that took that as a legal position to be institutionalized even in the Iraqi citizenship law of 1925. So you really can't separate, 1,400 kilometers of border, but more than that between the two countries. But in general, I think it is, you live with the region you are in, and also I think a lot of Iraqis blaming the neighbors. It is a way to escape from their own responsibility, which is the first responsibility really to, what just was said earlier by my colleagues, is that you need Iraqis to work for the strength of Iraq first before you expect your neighbors to be good Samaritans.
I certainly blame the neighbors. No,
not a good guy.
I'm kidding. Dr. Sanam.
You wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Dr. Sanam, let's go on this to you. The rub of Iraq policy debate in the United States government is often, it's often exactly what Abbas was talking about, how much influence Iran has, right? Is Iraq totally captured? Is Iran just one player among others? And that has a direct effect on things like how much lethal force the United States should use against targets in Iraq. If Iran's influence is smaller and competitive, the U.S. can use more political measures and fewer lethal measures, and vice versa. What would you describe that influence as?
It's a great question. Conundrum, I think, that we're still asking ourselves 20 years on, which is slightly perplexing. I think the problem was laid out perfectly by Dr. Abbas. Iran had a 13-year head start. And with that head start, Iran very easily leveraged relationships, picked up relationships that it had built, actually going back to the Iran-Iraq war, or even before the revolution, this is a system in Iran that is personal as well as institutional, and it operates using personal networks and relationships as well as institutions. And I think that Iran is the most important foreign player in Iraq today because it has an approach that's diversified, and it's not head of state to head of state based, but rather encompasses Iranian institutions that have direct diplomatic ties. There's the very obvious military, Quds force, proxy-based relationships where much work has been done to examine the nature of those ties. And I think those ties are, of course, evolving. And there's the economic ties that Dr. Abbas also referenced, and those ties have strengthened through these 2 decades, but particularly since 2018 and through maximum pressure sanctions, as Iran very much relied on the institutional relationships as well as its economic networks and military relationships to use Iraq to help survive maximum pressure sanctions, to access liquidity, to dump its products into the Iraqi market. There was a whole sanctions busting strategy that was developed and I think honed in its relationship with Iraq that has been effective. And then again, the religious ties should not be underestimated. The number of Iranians that travel from Iran to Iraq were just showcased in Arba'in. I believe there were a number of million Iranians who made their pilgrimage to Iraq. And so, you know, that sort of relationship also cannot be underestimated. Now, you know, in describing what I think is this, you know, sort of whole of government or diversified approach, it doesn't mean that other countries are out of the game or that Iraq itself doesn't have agency in this situation. It's, of course, the weakness of the Iraqi state that has allowed Iran to be predatory, and the Iranian state is very opportunistic. It finds opportunities through conflict and crisis and embeds itself through these opportunities and develops these longer term relationships, as it has done with Qatar since the rift in that situation. I mean, just referencing something new, and as it is right now with Russia in the war and its export of drones and looking to leverage and develop stronger military, if not economic ties through this crisis. You know, Iran very much believes in resistance and is looking to find friends, if not allies, that will help it push back against isolation and containment, push back against sanctions, and it does this quite effectively. And I think that Iraq was the first place that it really honed this strategy. So it is the main player, but I do think that other countries are gaining ground. It's great that the Gulf states have re-engaged diplomatically with Iraq and economically with Iraq. But I've always thought that you know, the Iranian model is not one that should be replicated, but the way Iran engages with a broad network of players in countries, I think, is one that should be emulated. It can't just be state to state. You have to build business to business relations, people to people relations. And I think that that's where the Iranians are effective. It doesn't necessarily always translate into a flourishing of Iranian soft power in the region. In fact, Iran is, of course, very much hated throughout the region, and particularly at this point. But nevertheless, Iran leverages those relationships, I think, in a very effective way.
But Dr. Sanam, that's a little bit too neat, if you'll permit me, because yes, Iran has all these ties with Iraq. You're quite right. And yet it has this hard nut of hard power as well that the other regional countries, perhaps even including Turkey, don't have, which is they have proxy groups loyal to itself, beginning with Kataib Hezbollah and others. So what do you do about that? So in one sense, yes, they're not the only player, but when the rubber hits the road, Iranian interests on these key issues will always, presumably, triumph.
Sorry. Absolutely. And Iran is not afraid to use its hard power. I think the problem is that other countries aren't willing to use the hard power. And that's where we have seen Iranian power grow and Iranian power entrench itself more effectively and embolden both Iran and groups in the region with this sort of activity. You asked actually about the role of the United States and other players in Iraq, and I think in the broader regional context. And I'm of the belief that there have been no clear red lines established or a strategy developed to curtail Iranian behavior. And so, as U.S. government officials are always sort of operating on the back foot vis-a-vis Iran because in a way, the Iranians are out of the gate. But it's never too late to sort of reimpose and reinforce red lines, as was surprisingly done with the killing of Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi Mohandes. But, it needs to go beyond that. Where is the United States in providing a whole of government approach, in my opinion, in Iraq, but in the region more broadly? It can't just be about hard power. It does actually also have to include soft power. And I think that without that more fulfilling relationship that goes beyond just solely hard power and red lines and security, Iran will always be there and will always push its way in through, if not through the doors, through the windows. And that's where it is effective.
So, Your Excellency, Manal, I couldn't agree with Dr. Sanam more. When will Saudi Arabia finally start using hard power in Iraq?
I want to comment before on some of what was said.
I'm not sure I said that, Dr. Andrew.
Yeah, I don't think you said that, Sanam, but I'll get to that. I want to comment a little bit on the neighborhood. I want to say a few things on Europe. We always forget selectively, the very difficult history of what went on in Europe and the major wars that happened and the millions of people who lost lives. So it's not like Europe has been immune historically from major conflicts, actually. And regrettably, I have to say that we see now war waging in the heart of Europe. So I say that because it's lessons learned from how they managed for decades to evolve from a very difficult historical situation with actually much less ties and much less incentives than what we see in our neighborhood, and also how now they find themselves in the midst of this very difficult war and even nuclear threats after we have thought that this was long gone and that we will never be faced with a situation like this. Again, to the neighborhood, I think that I have mentioned in my earlier comment that the post-2003 Iraq, the ramification of the invasion of Iraq had its hard toll on the relationship between Iraq and its Gulf countries. And there were choices that were made that were hostile to its regional, to its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, that caused, and of course, a very difficult security situation that had its effect on the relationship with Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf countries. But I also mentioned that, at least since post-2015, 2017, 2016, and you've mentioned that, Doctor, that there was this insistence on bringing back Iraq to the Arab fold. And what actually I want to highlight is the warm welcome that Saudis felt, and also the cheering of Saudis of getting back into Iraq and being welcomed. This is a testimony to the resilience of the region, that there are historical ties that cannot be ignored. And just like what was said before, you cannot ignore history and geography. So in the relationship between Iraq and its Arab Gulf neighbors, you can't ignore the history, you can't ignore the family ties, you can't ignore the culture, you can't ignore the economic interests, even the environmental challenges that were mentioned before. All of these things are form a very strong basis that we cannot, we cannot just put aside. It's not just about security and political interest, but it's about these very important historical and contemporary, challenges that the countries of the neighbor need each other. And I am actually very happy to be in this neighborhood. I am happy to be in Saudi Arabia. I am happy to have Iraq as my neighbor throughout many challenges and many difficulties. But the resilience in the relationship is something to admire. Now, you're asking me, Saudi Arabia is we talked about the influence and about the threats that are being posed against Saudi Arabia and against the rest of the Arab Gulf countries. Some of it is from Iraq. But that's exactly, I will bring you back to my earlier answer. We need to have Iraq with strong state institutions. We need to have Iraq that enjoys its sovereignty, that enjoys the political decision, that enjoys safety and security. And in this way, we will be sure that Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf countries and of our of all of the international interests be protected. It is not the military adventurism in Iraq and using Iraq as a platform for either regional or for international setting scores that will help Iraq or the region. That's not the way in which we think that Iraq can move through the transition that my very dear colleague here was referring to, that we need a stronger Iraq, and that will not happen with the kind of activities that you mentioned, whether by Saudi Arabia or by any other country. We need to work together with our international partners and with Iraqis themselves to make sure that this is not happening in Iraq. And like I said, Iraq is not for Iran, is not for Saudi Arabia, is not for Turkey, is not for the US. Iraq should be for Iraqis.
I would note that some of the groups that pose a threat to Saudi Arabia and have executed threats to Saudi Arabia are part of the Iraqi government, are part of the Hashed and the security forces.
Whether they are part or whether they are not part, but did this
That's
serve?
An institution.
Yes, but bear with me. Did this serve Iraqi interest? Was this to fulfill Iraqi? Did this make Iraq any stronger, any more secure, any more stable? Absolutely not. So the idea is not that they are part of a government or not part of a government. The idea is that we need to have Iraq cater for its own interests. And certainly, Iraq's security and stability is connected to the security and stability of its neighbors. When Saudi Arabia has a strong relationship with Iraq, respectful relationship with Iraq, built on trust, built on cooperation, Iraq is stronger and Saudi Arabia is stronger. And this is what I'm trying to say.
Aiden Seljan, perhaps you can say a few words about an aspect of Iraq's external relations that we haven't touched on much yet, which is the regional country's relationship with the Kurds, with KDP and PUK. Of course, Turkey has a good relationship with KDP. How do you see that dynamic impacting Iraqi politics?
Obviously, and unfortunately, since 91, or maybe we can put it also this way, maybe fortunately since 95 and mid-90s, since they had the Barakouji, the civil war between PUK and KDP, these two parties, they didn't fight with each other. But unfortunately, and although according to the new Iraqi constitution, which was accepted following a referendum, so it's not like a like creation of Kurds or any foreign power. Iraq is a federation, and this Iraqi Kurdistan is a federal region in Iraq. But unfortunately, between these two regional capitals, Suleimania and Erbil, between these two parties, KDP and PUK, there is no agreement to create a joint administration. These two parties are political parties, yes, but as structures, they have armed branches, intelligence branches, and also their accountability or their economies, their finances are separate as well. So that is there, and also the internal borders, the famous, Kirkuk issue, Article 140, that is not solved either. So, and these two, again, geographically, if you look at the Iraqi Kurdistan region's map, the border with Iraq, Turkey's border with Iraq is entirely a border with Iraqi Kurdistan region. So you cannot jump over Iraqi Kurdistan to deal with Iraq. This is one. On the other hand, the entire border also, or most of it, is controlled by KDP. I say most of it, not because there is a central Iraqi presence in certain part of that border, but in some in the eastern tip of that border, there is the PKK presence. Although we cannot claim that there is some part of that border is controlled by the PKK, but it's definitely also out of the sovereignty of KDP or Iraqi Kurdistan region. Furthermore, in the Iraqi government formation process this year, for the first time, in the last elections, we saw that these two parties prefer to act, prefer to go their own ways, and within these two parties also there are more problems and a constant evolution of problems, shifting loyalties among themselves and shifting loyalties in Baghdad. From the Turkish perspective, traditionally, so to speak, in the Republican era, next year is the 100th year of Turkish Republic. The Kirkuk problem was not solved with the Lausanne Treaty in 23, with the foundation of the Turkish Republic, but it was left to 26. So 3 years later it was solved. And Kirkuk, Mosul, or what we call today Iraqi Kurdistan, was left in Iraq. Although most of the Kurds, according to polls and according to that time Turkey's position, the Kurds wished to be part of the recently created Turkish Republic instead of again Iraq. But all this is part of history. But this is again to tell you that there are so many shades in anything you deal with. When you look in Iraq in particular, or in Iraqi-Turkish relations, it's not like these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. This is the reality. This is true, this is not true. It's very difficult to do that sort of fact-checking, and if you wish to keep the moral high ground and tick all the time right boxes and to create sound bites, yes, you can do that. But if you take political decisions, and for sure Iraqis are trying to protect their interests, Turkey is trying to protect its interests, and but there are also many other actors within Iraq that they're trying to keep their own power bases. So this creates all these difficulties and complications. But again, the fact that Iraq in general and Iraqi Kurdistan in particular has this oil wealth next door to Turkey, and the more, maybe not today, but at some point in history, because I cannot claim that, yes, on paper, Turkey is still an EU candidate. But at least geographically, if not politically, Turkey is still the way for all Iraqis, not only for Kurds, their bridge towards the West. It will, in a way, it will be a bumpy road as long as you can keep your, you can keep your sight in the right direction, or else there can always be, of course, these so-called black swan events. We cannot. I do not really. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I don't think all these, there are so many think tanks, so many universities, so many foreign ministries, intelligence agencies.
Panel discussions. But
I cannot remember in any of these institutions any major event was predicted, the outcome of the coming just a couple of months ago at least. I'm not talking about like 5 years ago, 1 year ago. So this is difficult to predict. It's a very difficult region. My colleague is correct. We always, but also I'm not that fatalistic, by the way, because there is this danger of, I hear that a lot in Turkey too. This is not Portugal, this is not Norway. Yes, we are a NATO member, but look at our neighborhood. One neighbor is Iraq, the other is Syria and Iran. We will always deal with this. That's why we have to keep the lid on many, freedoms and rights and all that, because, we have to stay together. But this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. We will not be able to change our region. We will have to deal with all these actors, but we have to keep our sight in the right direction towards more freedom, more democracy, a better democracy, and a better union for Turkey. But this is also our own problem. It's not for of course.
This was the great rub of counterterrorism and the counterterrorism debate in 2001, 2002, which is the crackdown versus the democratization, right? What eliminates the immediate threat, what drains the swamp of future threats. I thought you encapsulated that brilliantly.
But it's also, sorry to interrupt, perhaps.
That's okay, and then I want to go to the audience because I'm 3 minutes over turning it to the floor.
Definition or description of a swamp also is very important when you talk about draining the swamp. Because
that is vintage.
Mean one thing, swamp can mean something else.
That is vintage Bush administration, 2002. All right, let's go to the yes. I don't know what the mechanism for this is.
There is a mic.
There is a mic.
Oh, okay.
Just mic will be all right.
First of all, thank you so much for all the panelists, really. Very interesting, really, discussion today. By the way, my name is Abdullah Al-Qadi from Crescent Petroleum. So, it's a question and a remark. The two largest actually neighbors for Iraq, Iran and Turkey in particular. Iraq has been really pumping billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars to their economies, to the Iranian and to the Turkish economies, which is good. It's good. They're neighbors and they're there for thousands of years and they will remain there, for good or bad. My question is to Aydin and to Dr. Sanam. I'm not really directing the question to you personally, but since you're both, from Turkey and Iran, why Turkey and Iran are depriving Iraq from its basic right, water? For the last 2 years, Iraq has been going through massive troubles. I'm not going to talk about here the politics and the security. I'll talk here about water. I've been in Iraq for the last 15 years, and I've never seen Iraq be in a worse situation than the last 2 years. It breaks my heart. It breaks the heart of everybody. His Excellency Mohammed Al-Hakim spoke earlier about really this major issue of shortage of water. So again, why Turkey and Iran, when they're enjoying Iraq's billions of dollars, are depriving it from its basic right, water?
Aydin Seljan, you're on the hook for that one, and then I'll let anyone else jump in who wants them. Dr. Sanam, would you like that first?
Yes, I'll take it.
Definitely done.
I'm happy to take it. I think it's an excellent question. And I think in advance of COP27, we should be talking about how climate isn't a soft security issue for the region, but a hard security issue. And you're quite right. I think both Iran and Turkey have been egregious in their management of the environment in both of their domestic contexts, and thereby it has had spillover effects of epic proportions on their neighbors, on all of their borders. And I don't know the Turkish context as well, so I'll leave that to Aydin, but I will just say that The climate challenge in Iraq is a tragic one. I can tell you that it is equally tragic next door in Iran, and it comes from decades of mismanagement, corruption, and lack of technical capacity in order to really address Iraq's situation. It actually requires a holistic look at economic policies, technology, farming and agricultural practices, and trying to, I think, create a bit more of a regional understanding of the interconnectivity of these climate challenges. I strongly hope that the region, and hopefully in Baghdad 2.0, which I believe is going to be held in another country, hopefully by the end of this year, will take on the issue of climate, because it is an urgent existential issue, and I wholeheartedly believe that it requires international investment, it requires business investment, and pressure on governments to prioritize this issue, because it is the most pressing one in the region. So I will leave it there.
Would anyone else like it? I only offered it to you because you were name checked.
First of all, I wish you speedy recovery. I see that, I hope it's not Majid Bey who broke your arm. When it comes to this water, yes, there is a saying in Turkish which is quite often repeated. I will say it first in Turkish because it rhymes. It's su akar, Türk bakar, means water flows, Turk looks, or just watches, you know, like the time. As it's a resource for energy production, for agriculture, and for many other things. Yes, and Turkey is not rich in oil, but is rich in water. In Iraq itself, is Iraqi Kurdistan region especially is rich, but it's also, it has these, you know, from Iran. And there is a three-way deal between Syria for Euphrates and Tigris. This I'm repeating, I'm in a way parroting all the official, you know, talking points, but these are facts between Syria, Iraq, and Turkey, and so much water will be, you know, released, and so on and so forth. And the international law is not so clear about these issues. From a humanitarian point of view, yes. But on the other hand, if you have, because as Euphrates and Tigris rivers begins from you know, what is today Turkey, and Turkey is actively building dams and controlling these rivers to produce energy and for irrigation purposes. And adding on top of that the additional stress of climate change, which is very important, you are right. But on the other hand, always, even for example, it should be 2006 because I should have been Iraq head of desk at the time in Ankara. I just came back from Baghdad, and we had a group of Iraqi young diplomats as part of a kind of a soft power project and trying to overcome the difficulties we had with the US at the time over Iraq. These people were invited, and I guess they joined a 3 months or 6 months education in Turkey. And I was one of the invited speakers in one of the last lessons, and I was and of course, although I was against this sort of discrimination, most of these, if my memory is correct, were Sunni Arabs from Mosul and other places, like some from Baghdad. And so they are, you know, very much, you know, taken care of in Turkey for months, educated and stuff like that. And I talked about general issues, and I asked whether they had any questions. And many hands were raised, and in very harsh tones, they criticized again these water politics of Turkey. And the point is...
Can I just jump in? I'm so sorry. I think we've got to wrap because we have a hard stop. Maybe I have to... Do you want to say one more thing?
One more thing. The unanswered question always looking from Ankara's side is that Iraq is unable to provide with any come up with numbers and plans when it comes to the water issue.
Maybe you could say your question, and then we can throw it to Abbas for the. Let's throw it to Abbas for the last word. Sorry, we have a hard stop.
We have a hard stop.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, wanted to. On the same question, I know it was quite adequately answered on the water. First, again, I also wish you a speedy recovery from this incident, and I want to also recognize Mr. Abdullah Al-Qadhi and also Majid Jafar. Thank you for your support for the Atlantic Council and the Iraq Initiative. You are the founding sponsor of this program, and thanks to you that we are doing this great work. Iraqi water issue, it's a deep issue, and I hope that now that we have an Iraqi president who was a minister of water resources, and with very few things that normally Iraqi presidents are assigned to constitutionally, this is one great dossier that the president can take. But it is, again, one of those issues that Iraq in the past had either flood or drought, depends on the season. But we had better times. There was more release of water. And even after those dams were built, we had more. Right now, it is significantly less than what we get. And again, our marshes are about to die out. 7,000 years of history of this UNESCO protected water surfaces, and all of others, our people, the desertification, which will actually hurt the entire region, not just Iraq. So we hope that between the two governments, they will solve it and they will give more water to Iraq, so we could at least have a manageable kind of relation. And we need a treaty between the two countries on the water, because we are still using what?
You can do it in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that.
Thank you, Dr. Abbas.
But thank you
and,
very much.
all of you for being here. It has been such a pleasure, and thank you for attending.
Thank you.